Make sure we sign out. Just make sure we sign it out.
It's
So we
present. Show that as we go.
It's actually, we're still sharing.
Oh. Oh, that's sharing, but it's not sharing.
Try to make it full screen on this one.
Yeah.
Go back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Keep your awesome center. Sweet.
Do you want that up there in the video to start?
The other, whatever was in there before. As long as you know how to switch it back and forth easily, we might start a few minutes late because traffic's down.
And then just so I know, sorry, question for him. When you shared the screen, did you share like screen 2 or did you share a specific?
I thought I shared screens.
Perfect. Okay, just making sure I verify.
Looks like I just shared screens.
Okay.
Don't need video. This video goes through the camera.
There was a break after us, so if anything.
Okay, we can do a start video that will then show us the podium. now. You two, you want to test the audio?
Yeah, we can.
Test.
Bring it a little closer to your.
Test.
Yeah, turn it up a little bit.
Test.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks. We'll turn it back down, but we'll turn it back up to the same level.
Okay,
Great. Okay, awesome.
Minutes or so, yeah. Sure.
Cool. Well, I'll be hanging out back here if you need to come by me. Awesome. Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, we get that. Yeah.
Yeah, we have plenty of time. We do. Yeah, we have.
Hello, sorry, I know we're due to start, but actually there are people who are having trouble with traffic and parking, so we're going to start in 15 minutes, so it means you have plenty of time to get some more coffee, some more pastries, say hi to a few more people, and I'll talk to you again in 15 minutes. Thanks.
15 minutes.
Right. Oh. Yeah, Yeah, it's very small.
We are just. Right. Thanks. Yeah. See.
Yeah, I think it's look at next.
It would be good to find
What is that? How do you make that?
Power system app. So Aspen.
Yeah.
Power system there. Focus first app.
Oh.
Great. It takes time. Yeah. Sure. Understand. You're part of this very well. Videos. Yeah. Test. Sounds good. It's like.
Hello, this time we're about to start. So if you want to take a seat or swap seats, if you're sitting on the side, if you want to sit in the middle, you have a chance to do that now. The first thing I want to say, welcome to the very first AspenCon in history. Thank you for being here for this first AspenCon, whether you're here in person, in Golden, or online. And this is being streamed on the Bywater Solutions YouTube channel. And if you are joining us online, you can ask your questions to YouTube as well. I think Morgan and Carl, or one of them or two of them, are watching the comments and they'll be passing on your questions. So I will be introducing our keynote speakers. I'm not sure they really need any introductions, probably everybody here knows them. So I am just going to leave it for Jordan Field and Mark Noble to start us off. Thank you.
So thanks everyone. Yeah. My name is Jordan Field. Like I said, I'm the Aspen Products Librarian at Bywater Solutions, and
I'm Mark Noble. I'm the Aspen architect.
And everything that Oak said, we are beyond thrilled to have you all here today. The turnout was much more than we expected. We're just so very thrilled. to be coming together, especially every single part of our community. As you'll see today during the keynote, every part of the community is represented. But before we get started with that, I just wanted to talk a little bit about where Aspen came from. There we go, learning how to use our slides. Okay, I don't know if anyone knows anything about aspen trees, but when you see a single aspen tree, that's not an individual organism. It's actually the entire aspen grove that's an organism. And all of the roots connect underground and they all share DNA. So every individual tree is not an individual tree, actually, it's one big organism. So when Mark was thinking of what to call this software, Aspen came to mind. This is exactly how we think of Aspen. Every single tree is an individual library or maybe a consortium, and that's what you see above the surface. But down below is everything that makes Aspen work together. And this is what we think of as our entire community. So of course, libraries, consortia, all of you are a community, but we also have a community of support vendors, different organizations that support Aspen and host Aspen for you. We also have a community of partner vendors that, as you can see, showed up for us today. I'm thrilled with the number of partner vendors we have here too, because Aspen wouldn't be what it is without all of that integration, because it's the integration that makes it really strong. And then of course we have the developers that make it what it is, and then the documentation, testing, and QA that make all of that code work. But before we get into each of those areas, I'm going to hand it over to Mark to talk about the history of Aspen.
Yeah, so I originally said this was going to be the history of like 15 years in 2 minutes. It's probably going to be closer to 15 years in 10 minutes, but yeah. Way back in 2009, Marmot Library Network was evaluating software to better support their patrons. They were at the time using Millennium from Innovative Interfaces with Webpack. I don't know how many people still remember Webpack. It was at that time already outdated, already hadn't been updated for several years. Definitely not cutting edge web technology at the time. So at that time, Marmot formed a, sorry, we're going to see how we do with this. Okay, at that time, Marmot formed a committee to see what was available at the time to improve the ILS and their patron experience. They really wanted to do better for their community. They did decide they didn't really want to put their staff through the pain and expense of changing ILSs. But they did find a couple of different possibilities for improving the patron experience. At that time, there wasn't a whole lot to choose from. Aqua Browser, remember Aqua Browser had made a splash. They had the tag cloud that was really cool and trendy at the time, but patrons really hated it. And Innovative's Encore was still under development. I don't think it was actually available to use at that time. But the committee was really intrigued by an open source product they found created by Villanova called Viewfind. And at that time, Viewfind was still in beta, but the committee saw enough that they really wanted to give it a shot. They hired me as a contractor to enhance Viewfind to meet their needs. This is the very first version of that I could find on the Wayback Machine. So Marmot's initial goals were related to the needs to support all members of their consortium. They had public libraries, academic libraries, school libraries. Viewfind at that point didn't have any sort of administration interface. So we created an administration interface that everybody is familiar with now. It makes it easy to customize. They also wanted to add enrichment functionality. So things like Novelist and Syndetics. And they wanted to improve the integration with Millennium. So at that time, a lot of the discovery layers, you actually had to go out to Webpack or whatever the native pack was to like place a hold or check your account functionality. So we got rid of that and made sure that they could do everything within Viewfind. And we did a lot of work on searching and that kind of thing. So after a flurry of the initial work for Marmot, other libraries came on with me to do some consulting. So Wake County, North Carolina, Douglas County, Colorado, Anything, Colorado, asked for help setting up the code that Marmot had done. And each of these libraries had their own special needs. Some were simple, some were complex. So like for Wake County, we had to make it a dogalog instead of a catalog. And Douglas County wanted to say, hey, we want to own our own ebooks. And we set up an Adobe content server. They bought their books directly from the publishers. We had all of the checkout functionality and circulation directly through Viewfind. There were a lot of complexities with that. As you can imagine, we eventually dropped that code out of what is now Aspen, but there are a few places that kept using it. Enki Library in California used it. They've recently switched to Biblioboard and Palace project supported by Lyrasis for that content, but lots of cool stuff coming out of that. At that time, the libraries that I was working with didn't really have a strong community model. They weren't really collaborating with each other. So basically we had 4 different forks of Viewfind, each one really heavily customized to the individual library. So at the beginning of 2012, I kind of realized that supporting all of these different code bases was hard and not fun, and wound up joining Marmot on a full-time basis. And as part of that, we kind of agreed to work together with everybody to merge into one single code base, which was wonderful and fun that we had one code base. We also then introduced discovery partners. So discovery partners at Marmot were members that were just using the discovery layer, not using the ILS. And those where they restricted their members to Colorado only for full partners, they were allowing people outside of Colorado. So at that time, we also renamed it Viewfind Plus. You're going to hear lots of different renaming, different organizations. So Viewfind Plus, we decided to call it because it had lots of new stuff that wasn't included in the main Viewfind code base. And then for those discovery partners, we were supporting the code and developing the functionality. Around that time, I met Jordan at Garfield County Library. She was one of the Marmot members. Basically, first interactions was she put a bunch of bugs in and asked for a bunch of enhancement requests. That still continues. And we collaborated on lots of new functionality for Viewfind Plus. She was also really interested in the integration between the website that she was building for Garfield County and Viewfind Plus at the time, to make sure that there was a really seamless behavior. So our presentation at Computers and Libraries was all about integrating the catalog and website. And we learned that Tara was in the audience at that presentation. So they are now a current Aspen Discovery partner. So, and then back to the discovery partners. So those early discovery partners included Wake County, Anythink, Colorado Library Consortium, Flatirons Library Consortium, and Nashville Public Library. And all of those partners that we had were really forward thinking. They really helped us to improve the product more and more. So some of those initial changes were adding record grouping, making a responsive theme, browse categories, and those are all things that you see today. So Wayback Machine did pretty well on this. We got everything except for one cover. It's sort of similar to what we see today, but not really. And around that time, we said, you know, this is really not the same thing as Viewfind. We were getting some questions, they were getting some questions about, using our mouse there, about, hey, how do we set up this Viewfind thing that has the browse categories and that kind of thing? So, well, that's a different project. So we did decide to rename it Pika at that time. Pika is a cute little mammal that lives up in the mountains in Colorado. Nice friend of the marmot, so it went nicely and get a really cute logo out of it. So we decided to rename that as a group. Now, because Marmot was a consortium in Colorado, we tried to really keep the number of discovery partners low. We had, I think the most was 10, at least while we were there. And that was kind of good and bad. So it really allowed us to provide great support. It really allowed us to do development around what partners wanted, but it did mean that there were a lot of people that came to us saying like, hey, we'd really like to have this. What do we do? They turn around and be told no. Along that time, so we'll come back to that a little bit. So around that time, in August 2015, Jordan joined Marmot on a full-time basis to lead a digital archives project that the consortium was launching. So we did a year-long study to decide what we wanted to do. The project wound up winning state project of the year at the Colorado State Conference, and it's an active project for the consortium. We wanted to make sure that we wanted to support discovery partners in addition to just Marmot specific things, and wanted to grow the number of libraries that could use the software. So after completing that work, Jordan and I both left Marmot in 2018 to pursue some other opportunities. But then actually one of those partners that had been told no at Marmot, Uinta County Library. I forget if I reached out to Sam or Sam reached out to me, but basically we mutually said, hey, it'd be really cool to do this for you. And Marmot has told you no repeatedly. So I'd love to do that for you. And I really, really like working on this software. So I continue to do so. Sam was super excited. I was super excited. Marmot was less excited and didn't really want to work with us and didn't really want to do the things we needed to do to like make it work really well for Sam and his libraries and all of the other libraries that are in the audience now. So we decided we would rename it at that point and call it Aspen Discovery since that collaboration wasn't going to happen. This is the earliest version I can find of Uinta County's website, which and then shortly thereafter, Pueblo County Library expressed interest in Aspen Discovery, set it up for them, went to the Koha US conference in Pueblo. And at that conference, there was a ton of interest in Aspen Discovery. So in fact, almost everybody that attended that conference now uses Aspen Discovery. So lots of interest there. There was less interest in me supporting it on my own. There was always the like, Mark, if you get run over by a bus, what are we gonna do? So I had also lots of people saying, you know who you should partner? You should go work with Bywater. So I took that into account, listened for sure. And right after that conference, I kind of reached out to Brendan and Nate, and they reached out to me. We said, hey, our vision and values are really close. We could do this together. So we wanted to make Aspen the best discovery market, best discovery on the market, and make sure that all libraries that wanted it could have it. So we are moving forward into the future now. This is Uinta's current website, which looks even different today. Part of that has been just an explosion of new functionality. So this timeline, which admittedly is very tiny and not 100% accurate, shows a bunch of the different integrations that I've added. So some notable things. So Sam really, really wanted to use Aspen Discovery for his entire website. So we built in Web Builder. Swan had every e-content source available. And the ones that we had heard of before, they even found new ways to do it. So like 3 different Overdrive collections and that kind of thing. So our e-content integrations got amazingly robust. So Overdrive, Access 360, Cloud Library. I think Pueblo was the first one to use PayPal. I was trying to remember. I think so, yeah. So PayPal was added for Pueblo. That's the first of, I think, 10 plus Kirsten. E-commerce integrations. So with all of this, and we'll come back to this more, but with all of this new functionality, we have to maintain all of that new functionality. And we can see some of that functionality gets added, some of it goes away. That's good. Like we want that growth. And then some of the functionality that we have has even been started by our partners, and then we maintain it. So for people that don't know, Aspen LiDA actually grew out of a mobile app that Christopher Zorn at Ajax Public Library had started for his library. He started it with the intention that I really need an app for my library. I do not want to build and maintain this. So he started out, he built it, he ran it for a year and a half, 2 years before he switched over to LiDA and gave us the code so that we could do it. And we obviously enhanced it to be able to do all the consortial stuff and work with all of our thousands of libraries. So yeah, so now today Aspen LiDA is one of the best, if not the best library app on the market. So we've got deep and wide roots now for Aspen. And then we also have a ton of new developers working on it. So lots of contributors in a number of different roles and a number of different organizations, which is amazing to see. So we couldn't have imagined that so many years ago. So each of these people have made huge impacts on Aspen Discovery, and we value that. We want to encourage that and encourage new members to participate. I also want to point out that in this slide, I'm really only calling out people who are contributing to code documentation and support really on a paid basis. And there's lots of, you all are contributors, contributing time, testing, ideas, and much more for making Aspen what it is today. Okay, then one last slide, and then I promise I'll turn it back over. So this is just the number of libraries using Aspen. This is a rough scale. So you can see for a long time when it was supported by Marmot, there were not very many. We dipped down to 0 using the current code base in 2019, and then just rocket. This is also kind of looking at number of installs rather than number of libraries. So more with all the consortium we have. And you heard early on that one of the challenges we had was libraries not really collaborating with each other and support organizations not collaborating. We think those are surmountable challenges, and we're really headed in the right direction to avoid repeating those past challenges and mistakes.
So what I really love about this slide and the ones before is you can see like the horizontal axis flip. You know, everybody, as it's growing, like our community is growing as well, and that's exactly what we need. So I want to talk back to what Mark was talking about at the beginning, where Aspen came from and the need that it came out of. And we always keep this in the back of our minds, that it was really, discovery came out of a separation from the ILS and the needs of the staff and those so important workflows that do what you need to do behind the scenes at a library, and then the patron experience. We really wanted the patron experience to be as similar to other patron experiences as possible. So because patrons don't compare their library to the library down the street or the library across the country. Of course, we're always doing that. But what they compare it to is Amazon. They compare it to Barnes & Noble. They compare it to every other app that they use. And what was happening was that the ILS vendors weren't keeping up with that patron experience. So that was really what it was trying to serve and what it still tries to serve today. The other thing is that we couldn't find everything in one place. And that's what Mark was talking about with the collaboration and why everyone in that entire community diagram is so important, because our goal is to bring it all together in one place, make it look and work exactly like patrons would expect it to, given any other app, any other website that they use. So we always keep that in mind. Using those principles that I talked about of the patron first, at Bywater, we also have and revise our Aspen goals. So I wanted to put our goals up here as well, just to show where we are connected to the patron experience. But now we're talking about things like deeper integration. You all, I'm sure almost every person in this room has talked to a vendor about APIs. And can we please have APIs for this? Because you all know that we need APIs to do that deep integration. We're talking about user engagement with the library. So not the place where patrons come to passively get things, but how do we actually interact back and forth? And how can we make sure that Aspen is both personalized to the patron as well as accessible? And then throughout that, we're also, of course, going to try to make sure that it's as easy as to use for library staff. So now going back to that diagram that I started with, I want to talk a little bit about each one of these pieces. And Mark's going to come in and talk about some of these as well. So starting with libraries and consortia, just to let y'all know where we are. Now, Aspen's an open source product. I can't tell you how many libraries it's using. We don't even know necessarily all of the support vendors or everyone that's supporting it. That's the beauty of open source. But we do think that there are around 1,500 libraries today using it. That counts, like you have a consortium of 20, that counts 20. But if one of those libraries has 5 branches, it only counts as 1. I know with like library stats, we get a little weird, but that's what we're thinking with libraries. The majority of the Aspen partners are still public libraries, but then we do have academics, schools, and special collections coming in, as well as some things like prison libraries that you're going to hear from later at this conference. We also integrate with 7 different ILSs. Don't ask me to name, I can name them, but it might take me a minute. There's always that one that you forget, but that just adds to the complexity of the software of these integrations. You're going to hear us talking about the integrations a couple of times. I know that folks in this room probably know a lot about how our community for libraries and consortia work, but for anybody listening online or for anybody, this is a shout out to please join the community. We do have the community meeting that meets every other month, and this is entirely run by partners. I come out and hang out and take notes, and we'll answer questions sometimes, but this is where the community prioritizes the direction that they want Aspen to go. So if this is something that you're interested in, I would say talk to Tara in the back or talk to Brian. Those are the 2 folks that really do the most with that community. And that's the best place to start. We also have the catalogers group and the grouped works working group. The grouped works working group, it was started by, I think, a couple of members that were interested in working on record grouping. And then the catalogers group is where we go if we want to change something like how formats work in Aspen, really anything having to do with marked data, because there's so many different libraries using it. We want to talk to y'all before we touch that part of the code. So we come to that meeting and we say, we're thinking of doing this. Tell us why we shouldn't do this. What problems would this cause? So if you are a cataloger or know really well how your data is, we really recommend that you come to that group. We also have ILS specific groups because everything is different for each ILS, and then those groups are all completely different. Some of them really advocate for specific features. The Symphony group just did that, and we just launched the patron registration that works very tight integration with the Symphony libraries. And some like to just come and talk about their ILS. So it's really all over the place. Those groups are listed on the back of the little pamphlet you got. If you don't see one for your ILS, you are free to start one. These are also all run by our partners and community run. So if you want one, just come to us. We'll set up a Zoom link for you and you'll be up and running. The last is the Aspen Gathering. That's the only one of these groups that vendors kind of lead, and that's to show off the functionality once a month because we do have monthly releases. The next group that we have, I want to just touch on are our support vendors, because I think a lot of folks in this room, you think of Bywater as supporting Aspen, but we are not the only support organization for Aspen. You can see we have another one in North America. We have another in Europe that's here with us, PTFS Europe. And we also have one in South America that's supporting Aspen right now. I did want to call out as far as community that Aspen is a little bit different. Although it started with Viewfinder, a university, and a library consortium, today we don't have those kind of big anchoring individual libraries or individual institutions. And that makes it a little bit different to build community. It is a little bit more reliant on vendors, but we want to give all of that to you. Like, we want to be a part of it, but we want individual libraries to really step up and very much lead this. So I just mentioned right there, we don't think, again, open source software, we don't know for sure that we have any individual libraries or consortia supporting Aspen Discovery today. If you know of any, let us know. We'd love to bring them into the community, but that does make it a little bit different. And we'd like all of you to kind of make sure you're coming to these meetings and working with us. The next one I want to talk about are our partner vendors. They are if we didn't have them, Aspen would not be what it is. This is what makes it possible for us to do all of those integrations that make it seamless for our partners. And this is most, but not all of the different types of integrations that we have. And most of you are familiar with all of these. But if you see one there, you don't have that integration, reach out and we can definitely help you integrate that. So one of the things that's tricky with integrations is that it's not a one-time thing. It's not that you do your Hoopla integration or you do your Overdrive integration or even your e-commerce integration and then it's done. Just like us, they are continually coming out with new features and they always need to do more with the integration. So that's just something to think about as we grow. And we're thinking about it a lot. What direction do we want to grow? Do we want to go? Do we want to keep doing all of these integrations? And if we do, how as a community are we going to support all of that ongoing work? And with that, because that's gonna be a lot of work of the developer community and making sure that we have a developer community that's robust enough to both build the new integrations and then support everything that's there. So to talk about that part of the community, I'm gonna hand it back to Mark.
Thanks. All right, so yeah, Aspen continues to grow, we need more, so it gets harder and harder, so. So this is a slide that just kind of shows the like relative experience. And the core contributors to Aspen, and this is really just since 2019, the other one went all the way back to the beginning, but this is just 2019. So we can see we've got a few people that know a ton and more people that are learning, and there's always going to be more people learning than people that have a ton of experience. So right now, the vast majority of coding in Aspen Discovery is myself, Cody, Kirsten, at Bywater Solutions. All of the development of Aspen LiDA right now is done by Kirsten, so thank her for all of that. That's amazing.
Take care.
And we do have additional support organizations making substantial contributions or additional organizations. So Jacob's here from PTFS, as well as Alexander at PTFS, who sadly couldn't make it. So at PTFS here, they've contributed the token consent functionality, Summit integration, they built a testing Docker that we'll see more later this week. Lots of other little improvements as well. Lucas at Tech Solutions has a production-ready Docker that he has contributed that's in the code base now. And lots of updates to like Web Builder. Jason and Galen at Equinox have contributed updates to Evergreen integration and some things to the install process. Nashville Public Library has done lots of improvements to Carl X integration and lots of other things. They keep coming up with cool ideas. James Staub, who works at Nashville Public, has also done some independent work to do some other improvements. And Jason at CW Mars is our newest kind of regular contributor who's been really helping a lot with that Evergreen integration. So it's been great to have that. So all this development is wonderful. We love seeing all the new developers come on board. Obviously, Aspen is really complex and hard to understand. And as Jordan showed, there's lots of integrations that we have to maintain and consider when new changes are introduced. And there's a wealth of settings to tweak in Aspen to meet the library's needs. So obviously expecting somebody who's been coding on it for a month, it's hard to say like, hey, you know everything about library settings, right? You can fully test your change to understand that. I mean, I've been working with it for 14 years now, and I really get into the code a lot, as everybody can attest to, figure out what the heck we were doing then. So we have definitely been trying to encourage more development at Bywater with everybody else. So we meet weekly with a number of developers. We chat daily with developers in Slack, Zoom, code reviews, all that kind of thing. If people are interested, we'd be happy to do a developers group similar to the ILS and cataloging groups that Jordan described. But we want that to be kind of community led. Please let us know if you want that. So also similarly right now, Kirsten, Cody, and I are the people that can approve code within Git. We do want a path forward for more people to be able to approve code. There is kind of a bottleneck now because only a few people can approve code. And we do like really want to make sure that we're reviewing it so that we're not destabilizing everything for our partners. The good and bad thing about monthly release cycles is get new code right away. So we try very, very hard to make sure that that is a good experience for everybody. So, and if just anybody can approve code, that gets really hard. So we think right now it's an appropriate bottleneck, but we definitely want to discuss that more tomorrow and Friday during workshops and future meetings. So right now we're kind of thinking something where if a developer is contributing substantial development in maybe 10 out of the past 12 months in probably multiple areas of Aspen, that then they could be considered to be a code reviewer and person that could approve code, so. But we'll decide that as a community, so. Also with development, so right now, the vast majority of documentation, Cal and Morgan do that. They do an amazing job at it. The Help Center is a wonderful resource. I know everybody is there all the time. Yes, including us. And we'd love to see more community involvement, building that Help Center. And one of the things that we've thought is it would be great if, as organizations are contributing new code, that they're contributing to the Help Center as well. So as that change comes, it's, hey, here's the documentation that needs to be done. And we'd also like to welcome libraries as well to help contribute. So whether that needs a community group or not, certainly we publish release notes. We give a week and a half of testing time in order to help do that documentation and that kind of thing. So certainly there would be an opportunity for libraries that want to get in and help document that kind of thing. And again, maybe another community group is appropriate for that. And then the final area to touch on is QA. Right now, most of the QA falls on Miranda's shoulders, as well as key contributions from libraries with some test servers. So I want to call out specifically in a good way. Swan, Wild, Nashville for doing lots and lots of testing for us and helping us do new things. Of course, support organizations, as code is contributed, will also test their own code, but it's really testing all of those different interactions too. So another, and then I also want to, Cal and Morgan do lots of testing for us too while they're writing the documentation. They're always finding great stuff for us. But yeah, like it's impossible to have one test server to test everything. So just because we can't have one server with 7 different lessons. So it's hard to do. So we have lots of great ideas, maybe another meeting for anybody that wants to do it. We're also talking about doing some more formalized unit testing. So we'll talk again more about that tomorrow and Friday. But hopefully that's a good way for newer developers to start learning more, hopefully prevents things going backwards and that kind of thing. And also libraries, getting test servers is a wonderful way for you to help with testing and also for us to help make sure that your unique configurations don't break with you. So.
All right. Next slide. Oh.
There we go. Okay, so I am not a biologist. That will be very clear. If you are a biologist in here, please correct anything that I say. That's totally fine. But I wanted to tell a little bit of a cautionary tale about Pando. If you're from Utah in here, you're probably familiar with Pando. Pando is one of the largest organisms in the world, actually by weight. It's 13 million pounds, and Pando is an aspen growth that is in Utah. It is at least 80,000 years old, but Pando has a problem. It's not regenerating as it should. It actually has a whole bunch of the older aspen trees that are tall and strong, but it's not getting enough of the tiny saplings or of the kind of like middle-aged trees. And you can see this, they have satellite photos over time where first the canopy is very full and then it starts to kind of build some holes in it. So this is what I think of it as a cautionary tale for our developers. We want to make sure that we're continuing to grow those little saplings and we're continuing to grow those mid-level trees to keep the canopy strong, the root system strong of aspen, so that we can all continue to enjoy what it does for us. If you're interested in more, there's a link at the bottom of the slide, or you can just Google Pando. I wanted to talk a little bit about principles of open communities. A lot of us are from the Koha community or from other open source communities, but for a lot of people, Aspen is their first foray into open source software. So just a few other anecdotes, let's say, about open communities. The first one that I think of is FreeCycle. I had first moved to Chicago. I didn't have my first library job yet, didn't have a lot of money, and heard about this great program called FreeCycle, where you give things away and you can get things, and it's wonderful. What I noticed when I signed up was that they asked that you contribute something before you get something back. So instead of just coming in, I need something for some reason, they said it doesn't necessarily matter what it is, but in principle, like in order to keep this community strong, if we don't have people contributing, then there's not going to be anything for anyone to get. So that's one of the things that I think of with the principles of open communities. I also want to talk about, we talked about the origin of Aspen and where that name came from. I also want to talk about Koha. I also want to invite anyone in here that is more closely connected to the Koha community to please correct me if I get this wrong, but this is what my colleagues have told me. The name Koha came from the Maori word for a gift, but it's a very special kind of gift. It's a gift that's given with the expectation that something is given in return. And that's something that we think about with open source communities. It's like Aspen is a gift. All of these open source projects are a gift, but we all have to contribute back. And that's a little bit of the expectation. So that's just the difference between open source communities and other communities. So what I want you to think about today over the course of the conference is how will you help feed Aspen's roots to keep this community strong, to keep our Aspen Grove strong, to make sure that all those Aspen trees are beautiful and flourishing. So what is your place in the Aspen community? And what time, skills, expertise, or resources can you offer to keep Aspen strong? Here's a couple of ideas depending on your community group. So if you're a library consortium, if you have a usability expert, you can always do a usability study. We've worked with Swan on doing this, and that's great because you have a connection directly to both your library staff and patrons. That helps us out. It's better than a random usability study with random people. If you're a standalone library, you've heard us mention, oh, did it not go? Oh no, okay. If you're a standalone library, I need my slides too. If you're a standalone library, you can use your Aspen test server. If you don't have one, get one with those 7 different ILSs and all of those integrations. It really helps us for testing. Even if you don't have a lot of time to test, we will actually go in, and when we know it's going to impact that type of environment, we'll use your test server to do some testing too, and that's extremely helpful. We had an integration recently where nobody that had a test server had that particular integration, and then we kind of feel like we're pushing it out in the wild and we're crossing our fingers a little bit. We don't want to do that. So as many folks have test servers, that's really helpful. If your product integrates with Aspen, consider how your content would work in Aspen and reach out and work with us. I have met with all of the vendors that are here. I meet with vendors usually several times a week to talk about this, and it's important that they're thinking about how their new features will work in an environment where the patrons might not be accessing it from that native interface. And then if you are an Aspen support vendor, we really want to make sure that you have at least one full-time person doing Aspen development. At Bywater, we have 3 and we're hiring a 4th right now that are full-time Aspen developers. And we want to make sure that it takes time. It takes time to get good at Aspen or any code base to make sure that we have time to grow those to really keep that canopy strong. We don't want to be Panda with the holes in it. Okay, so what I want you to think right now is what will the Aspen community do together? We're gonna have a little exercise. So for our next networking break, and this also works for the folks at home, any ideas that you have, I want you to go ahead and put in this poll. The address is on the screen, there's a QR code, and what we're gonna do at the session after lunch tomorrow, the last session before we're done with the virtual presentations and move into workshops, is we're gonna take a look at all of these contributions. So what I want you to do during the break now, or if you are at home listening, is think. Not necessarily, it can be what you could do, but also ideas for what the community can do together. And then as you're sitting through the sessions today, or through the rest of this day, the rest of this week, if you think of something, put it in. And that's it. So welcome again to the very first AspenCon. We're just gonna say in 10 years from now, when we have a much group, you all are gonna say, I was at the first one. Hopefully we're not saying I was at the first one and then we got snowed in. We'll have more information on that later. But thank you all for coming. Thank anyone that's online for attending. And we're gonna take a break right now. And our next session, we planned a little wiggle room in case of the traffic. Our next session starts in 20 minutes. So thank you.
Cool, yeah, I was kind of trying to like hop on. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks. Cheers. So we just got sponsorship.
Yeah.
So many Thanks. Right.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, and then that part from Seaport's the express lane is like. The next. So.
That's awesome.
I'd like to take one of yours too, because we have a lot of theological schools.
I like that.
Hi, everybody. Have some housekeeping announcements. Make sure that you're signing up for the dine arounds in the evenings. You all should get a link in the Slack, the conference Slack. And then also the workshops that are the in-person workshops, you should have gotten an email from Kate. And so make sure you're signing up for those in-person workshops. Wi-Fi, if you haven't connected, is mine's dash guest. You have to kind of go through a form or whatever, and it might kick you off, and you might have to do it again. Just in case anybody's on there. Okay, our first presentation. Setting up Consortia, multiple profiles, library systems and locations by Chanel Wheeler.
Hi, all. As he said, I am Chanel. I'm the systems librarian for the Yavapai Library Network. We have been on Aspen for about 2 years, and we are, and actually I'll give you more details. So our consortium is currently 59 libraries and growing. At the time that we went on Aspen, we were probably around 51 to 52. They're mostly independent libraries, so that makes coming to a consensus on things challenging. And mostly what we have to do is adapt for each of their needs. We are spread across a county in the northern part of Arizona. It's about the size of Massachusetts, which only adds to the complexity of trying to find consensus, because many of us don't. We rarely see each other face to face, only online. In our old system, we were on Dynamics Enterprise. Each of our libraries had their own profile, and this was a total headache to maintain. As one example, if I remember correctly, pickup library, there was no way to globally add a new pickup library, so I would have to go through 50-something profiles and add them by one. And so when we went on to Aspen, really wanted to think about how to do that better so that we could balance meeting the needs of our users with the ability to maintain things a little more simply. So some of the things we combined together were our district library. So we have a central library district that has 15 branches throughout the county. So we put them on one profile. We are in our consortium, there are public libraries, K-12 libraries, academic libraries, and special libraries. So for the elementary schools, we wanted to customize something just for little kids. So we have all of them sharing profile. This also shows the browse categories that we created for them, which we picked topics that would be hopefully of interest to them, and then we also set limits on the age level as for the searches that we created that they're linked to. We have 4 middle schools, so those share a profile. We have 9 high schools, they share a profile. And then we have, amongst our academics, we have 1 college that has 2 different campuses on the opposite side of the county, so they share a profile. So I'm going to go into some of the things that we had to set up to show you kind of how you go about doing this with multiple libraries. First thing we did was we have a central designer. So she created a default theme for everybody. And then I gave everyone access that wanted it to go hog wild. Mostly they did not take advantage of that. But we did set it up so that there would be a custom logo for each of our profiles. And so on the left here is the default, setting up the default theme that everybody would get by default. And then on the right is one that we set up for the elementaries where they have the logo you see there. And as you can see under extends theme, it extends default. For the library system, as I said, we were gonna make it so there was just one profile for all the elementaries put together. So we have the subdomain was elementary with the base URL, also using that. We gave it the display of elementaries. We created a search interface, but we did not create a select interface. And the reason for that is, in case you don't know what the select interface is, the page that shows all the libraries that are in your consortium, there's one page and you can click on which one's profile you want to go to. Well, we didn't want people going to the elementary profile. We wanted them to click on the individual elementary school, and it just so happens it would take them to the elementary profile. So you can do that by not creating the search interface. As I showed you before, the theme, so you assign the theme elementaries. And we had default layouts for things that everyone was using. And then finally, for the code, then you have to specify a library. Even though this is representing 15 different libraries, you have to specify one. So we just took the first one in the list, which is HAS. And if you have questions, there is a microphone here, so just come on up and interrupt me. Also for the records to include, so here's where you do specify who all the libraries are. So it's a byte delimited list, and you just, all 15 libraries are in it. And then you can decide what side-loaded content you want them to see. In our case, we get a huge amount of ebooks for eBook Central, and we also have book club kits which use KitKeeper to sign up for them, and we give access to those to any of the schools that want it or anyone else. So those are side-loaded for this, but you can pick and choose what you want to have displayed for that particular profile. Then at the branch level, so this is where we would actually specify the elementary school details we wanted to display. So the code for ours is HAS with their display name. And then in this case, you create a search interface, but you also create the select interface. The select interface, which here on the right, you don't see my mouse, but on the right, there it says select the library catalog you wish to use. It then does put that elementary school into the list. In the middle column, we wanted to use themes, and we specified the specific theme for the elementaries. The records to include, here's where you would specify the one library that should be included. And then for Libby, Overdrive does not allow access to Libby or Overdrive materials for K-12s. We have a separate product called Sora, which we do not have records in our system for Sora, but that's how the kids get access to ebooks. But for Libby, in this case, we would say we don't want it to show up because they don't have access. We have one college, maybe two, that's using EBSCO EDS. So we set up an EDS entry for that school, Prescott College. And you can, from the provider that you're setting up the EDS for, they will give you the values for the fields you need to fill in. And then on the library systems page for Prescott College, we then specify that the EDS entry it should use is the Prescott College one. And then the screenshot there shows that you get the in articles and databases choice when you're do a search. Silos, we have historically the campus, the college campus, if there were two separate campuses that were combined into one profile. They also have an ebook collection, which historically was kept separate because of limitations of the software we were using previously. So, and the problem with that software was that if we assigned it to one of the college campuses, the other one wouldn't be able to access it, or vice versa. So we had a separate ebook collection. So we created a new entry for it. The label that it shows is access online rather than like checkout or anything. And then in the branches settings for those two specific campuses, we were able to say that we want them to see the siloed content for that collection. And the one disappointing thing, actually, no, that's the next slide. So facets, you probably can't see it because it's so tiny. But I was trying to set up facets so that they would be customizable enough for the different libraries' needs, but also efficient enough so I didn't have to have, say 59 of them. So we set them up with an academic facet or academic filter, a consortia, public, and schools. We only have 3 special libraries, so we just put that under the consortia collection. And the main reason for the consortia collection was we did want to have one generic URL that we could put in press releases and stuff, whereas, all these others have custom URLs for their profiles. Then we didn't do a whole lot of customization between them, but I wanted them separated out in case there were needs that the academics had that the publics didn't, or vice versa. So one of the examples here is that schools has a greater breakdown for AR and Lexile, because obviously that's the audience that it's really targeted towards. We did keep the basic AR and Lexile searching in the other profiles, because we do have people coming into the public libraries that want to find books for their kids that fits what their reading level is at school. And we also have one college campus that has a program for teaching young kids, and so they have a whole collection and classes targeted towards that. The one disappointing thing was placards. So in the beginning, I immediately set up a placard, I put in a few terms and sent it out to our consortium and said, look, here's what you can do with placards, here's how you get access, please go do your own thing. And immediately, one of our colleges who has their own, in this case, it was Mango languages, they have their own Mango language instance, and the login is behind their firewall, so you have to be a student in order to get to it. They immediately put in like every other term they could think of on their placard, and then that left my placard that was for the general use across the consortium was kind of orphaned with just a few terms. So it would be awesome if that's fixed someday. And that's really it. Are there any questions? No, okay. Thank you.
About 11 o'clock. We have a short break until 11 o'clock.
And then are we, so after we come back, is it going to be presentations on Zoom?
Yes, there'll be two.
Super tall.
They've all did. Trisha's in the waiting room again, so. She has 30 minutes to get finished.
Oh, okay, yes. I told them 15 ahead.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
okay. All people.
Yeah, it's we're pretty close to the max volume that I would predict. So back, okay, so I can tell speakers to be sure. Sorry, quiet.
I know, but
Okay.
it's my baby.
Okay.
That's good.
Video's good, okay, sweet.
Neighbors. Daily? How about a year? Yeah, sure. 3 years. I built a house together.
So upset,
Right, yeah.
just doesn't.
Go, come back. Go ahead. Hey. Yeah, you're click, right? Come.
Like this one back there.
Oh,
That's
that's what it is, yes. Somebody talking on the feed, and we just let them using.
Okay, yeah, let me make sure. Okay. That's
Yes. Thank you.
weird, yeah, sorry about that. You can still hear it coming through? Okay, yes. Do you know if anyone else is on the Zoom by chance? Because it could be a secondary, someone else on the Zoom. I think check that up here. This B, I don't think we're sending any sound through here other than these. So maybe if, I don't know, if Jordan is on.
What? It's not.
Hello, thank you for joining me today. So I call this project Discover, which is confusing for those who know the full name of the Discovery layer, but I like the term for our patrons. Browse or explore our other potential titles. So let's be clear here. I'm not doing anything new or revolutionary with this setup. My work draws upon Aspen's default mechanics, and I repackaged the content into a different interface. I've only added another pathway for patrons to discover new content. I also want to gratefully thank Bywater Solutions support for helping me work through the logic of building certain searches. And so my requirements for this project were to have an attractive design and be auto-populating with a set it and forget it building process. Staff intervention wouldn't be necessary after launch. So the inspiration and the concept. So heads up, I use the term carousels, but the Aspen term is collection spotlight. So let's start with the current iteration of the design. You have a sidebar of categories and then a primary section of carousels. The landing page here is a demonstration of what the concept would look like in practice. The original inspiration was NetGalley's interface. It's simple, but I find it very easy to navigate. If you recall on my previous slide, I had the same two-column layout. The number of items in NetGalley sidebar changes depending upon where you are on their website. And what I like about NetGalley's landing page for fixed titles is that they included featured carousels and they intermixed it with recently added audiobooks, recently added books, and most requested books. That means the content is always fresh. My ideal landing page would be similar, but I'm undecided on the part about adding featured carousels since it would violate one of the requirements of the project, no staff intervention. Of course, the page would be richer with featured carousels. So Barnes & Noble became the second inspiration as I began to assemble the design together. You can see that influence in the headers over the carousels. Centering the headers and adding the horizontal lines on either side of the text really brought the project up a notch. And then going back to my design's landing page, the primary area is likewise dedicated to the general newest items, type of carousels, and clicking on the sidebar links would take you to the dedicated page for that category, like the DVDs. The top carousel would feature the newest items, while the remaining carousels are the broad genres that we organize our DVD collection in. So the rest of the categories over on the Discover landing page, they get the same layout treatment with the newest carousel and then broken up into other carousels. So for example, a children's page could be divided into board books, picture books, etc. So the overall concept for this design is very simple. Next, look at the View More link on the top right of each carousel. And when clicked, it directs the person to this view in Aspen. I like the visual design of this covers layout instead of showing just one item at a time with the title of list view. Which version do you find more appealing? The advantage of this view is that the place hold button is very prominent. With the cover view, you have to execute 2 clicks to place a hold. First, you have to click on the cover image and then on the place hold button. So how to build it? So first, you're going to be constructing your search. So the most difficult part of this project was to figure out how to target items for each carousel. I tried using advanced search, but that gave me some unexpected results. I then realized that Aspen's default facets filtering system could find most of the items I wanted and required no additional coding. There is a lack of specificity sometimes in the carousel, but that's often due to our own internal systems for how we organize items. The collection facet was extremely helpful for my use case in targeting items. So when building your carousels, you should also consider how your library shares content and what terms are familiar with your community. However, be aware that you may accidentally introduce jargon in this way. For example, we use a custom system of terms to layer over on top of our nonfiction books. So one of them is body and soul, but what does that even include? It means health, parenting, self-help, relationships, etc. I would not create a category called book, body, and soul, but instead go with those more discrete chunks. And one great tip I got from Bywater support is to string together terms by using the facets more pop-up window. So I search for the keyword I'm looking for, and then I check off the items before clicking apply. In this example, I was able to select both the DVD Action and the DVD Express Action collections. So next, after figuring out my filtering, I'd create the carousel from the search results. On the back end, I modified the carousel settings to the desired specs. And finally, the carousel code is pasted into Aspen's custom pages. So let's look more closely at what it means to create a carousel from a facet search. First, I use the facets on the left to narrow down to the content that I want to add to the carousel. And then I clicked on the covers view. And then to the far right, I clicked on search tools and then on create a carousel. My custom carousel specs are use the horizontal carousel, medium cover size, use a custom CSS file, and show the view more link with the display mode of covers. Next, we go to designing the page. So start with a custom web builder page, add one row, switch over to the source code mode, and then I hand coded in a 3 and 9 column grid using Bootstrap. And then I built a sidebar with the anchor links, and to finish the page, I put in all the carousel codes. So I wrote custom HTML and CSS to get the correct appearance I want for the sidebar and the headers above each carousel. And I used one row instead of building out multiples because it was easier to create pages rapidly that way. I just need to do a find and replace in a code editor to quickly make changes for a new category page. And so this is what the custom page looks like on the back end when you first look at it. However, the appearance no longer looks like the final display when you start to edit the row. And this is the source code view. So I wrote this as inline CSS, which I don't recommend, but I was trying to build out the design rapidly. I'd advise that once you have the design nailed down, put this inline CSS to your linked style sheet. So some UX improvements that certainly can be made is for the best accessibility. You should have the title names under the cover images. This is what Barnes & Noble and Amazon do. With Aspen, there's some areas I still need to figure out how to tweak to my desired appearance, so I left them out for now. Those items are the author name, the title, and the star rating. So the author names show up in last name, comma, first name order, which is something I didn't want to use. The titles can be very long, which breaks the formatting of the carousel. You could apply some CSS to try and control how that appears, but with word wrapping and sometimes the text gets cut off, I'm just setting that aside for now. However, if you do decide to show the text below the images, my test showed that 0.7 EM. It's a pretty respectable font size. I'm also not showing star ratings since our community doesn't do a lot of rating of items. It'd look better if we did have those stars to show off. So some things to keep in mind. You want to choose categories that resonate with your community. You can then adjust them as needed over time. So Aspen gives you a lot of flexibility for how to filter through results, but it's only as useful as your cataloging data. For example, we use Dewey, and we organize items in certain ways within the building. Physically, we know how to organize those. However, trying to target that online might not be possible. So using collections was helpful for my build, while trying to use subject headings was not. Our MARC records, I discovered they have very specific subject headings, but they don't have like a higher level one. So I couldn't just make like an interior design one and break it down very easily. So I assume everything NetGalley adds is assigned to a discrete category within their system. And with my carousels, I'm building them with my best guess as to how to target things. So some things I'm going to miss, and I just have to live with that. Remember, the whole point of this NetGalley appearance is to offer another way for patrons to discover content at your library. For some of my carousels, they have a shorter recently added period, like picture books. We buy those all the time. Poetry, not so much. So the recently added filter would be for a year. So some other design ideas for inspiration. So I like Barnes & Noble's books landing page, which highlights their major sections. This could be another approach instead of using NetGalley's featured newest items and recently added. There's also a lot of potential for reader's advisory here with this layout for a landing page. Another way to expand this project is to build mega menus that can connect all these new pages. I like to do that, but I'll start small and I'm just going to add a Discover link to the top menu. On the other hand, I do not like Amazon's book landing page. So this is the zoomed out view. And this is what I see when I first look at it on desktop. Here is Goodreads' new releases page. I'm pretty sure they've had the same design for at least 10 years, but it must be working. And I also like to find inspiration in unexpected places like the New York Times cooking page. I also recommend keeping an eye out for intriguing layouts and design ideas on book review blogs and publishers' websites. Side note, Tor Publishing Group has a very fun navigational menu. So this isn't at the top of the page, but if you scroll down a little bit, you can see this. So I haven't actually launched this project yet to the public because it's a little bit of a hectic time at work. I did spend several hours getting the concept page hammered out, but once that was done, it was very quick to create the DVD page. And once I could set aside a whole day just to work on this project, I should be able to finalize it and launch it. And my goal is to do that in the next couple of months. So aside from reaching me on email, you can also find me over in the Aspen Slack channel. I love the community there. Thank you for attending.
Hello, I am just going to share my screen here. Just going to share. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Tricia. I couldn't hear Ben's intro, so if I repeat things, I really apologize. Hi, I'm Devin McGee, and welcome to AspenCon 2024 User Experience Testing 101. I'm the Collection Services Assistant Manager at the Metropolitan Library System in Oklahoma County, Oklahoma.
My name is Tricia Andrews. I am the Manager of Access at the Metropolitan Library System as well. We are going to give you a crash course of our Aspen user experience testing that the Metropolitan Library System completed with staff and patrons before we implemented Aspen on November 1st of 2023. So real quick, a little bit about the Metropolitan Library System. We are 19 locations with a service area of 718 square miles and a county population just under 800,000. We have a physical and digital collection size of 10.4 million, and we use Carl Solutions by TLC for our ILS, and we've had them since 2014.
Okay. So what is user experience testing? Well, Cultrix defines it as that it encompasses the whole overall experience that a user has when interacting with a product or service. The user experience testing focuses on how users feel, perceive, and interact with the system, considering aspects such as usability, accessibility, aesthetics, satisfaction, and emotional response. Basically, in a nutshell, in a session, a researcher asks the participant to perform tasks, usually within a specific product or service. For us, of course, the Aspen catalog. While the participant completes each task, the researcher observes the participant's behavior and listens for feedback. UX testing for us included testing 5 participants to get qualitative usability testing. The person asking the question avoids kind of encouraging or influencing the tester, and the tester thinks out loud what they are thinking so we can learn how the users use the catalog. So who can do user experience testing? Thankfully, this is not a lot of money because anybody can do it. So any of your staff can learn how to do UX testing. It doesn't require any specialized skills that people have. I was fortunate enough to take a course through Library Juice Academy. But there are lots of resources on the internet too that can help you design and implement testing. And we'll talk a little bit more about those towards the end of the session. When do you need it? So UX testing is great for testing a product or server prior to implementation. We were implementing Aspen and wanted feedback from both patrons and staff prior to launch. So our first round of testing was in September of 2023, prior to our launch of Aspen on November 1st. We have also decided to do ongoing user testing quarterly. Tricia will talk about this a little later in the presentation. Testing may be different for you depending on the needs of your library. And why do it? Well, there are many reasons and benefits for doing UX testing. For one, it reduces risk. By doing it ahead of our Aspen launch, we were able to make changes to our catalog, both in Aspen as well as our cataloging practices, to ensure a smooth launch. Well, as smooth as any launch can go. UX testing is also a great way to check assumptions. We will all try very hard to put ourselves in the patron's shoes, because after all, we are also patrons, but because we're on the inside, we don't always think exactly like people who don't have all of the knowledge and the library knowledge. So it's good for us to check our assumptions. But also this allows us to identify issues ahead of time so we can mitigate them. And we can increase patron satisfaction and actually staff enthusiasm about the new product. Those, especially those who are involved in testing, can then sort of act as ambassadors out to their branches and get people excited about this new product. So how do you go about doing it? Well, Tricia will talk a little bit more about the mechanics of how we did it, but I wanted to point out a few things here. First step is to identify, well, what you actually want to test. Some of the things that you might want to test are how the patron searches, how they use filters, how they find information like events, lists, kids catalog, or even features in my account, which was especially important for us to try to do with our staff. And those are just a few examples. In this particular example, we decided we wanted to see how patrons were searching the catalog. We wrote a task, in this case, finding information on databases. Then we wrote the scenario to use for the testing. Your child has a book report about pandas. Find three resources for their report. And then, very importantly, we also wanted to share what that successful completion was. Obviously, that's for our use, but it helps us know what success looks like, what we would hope they'd be able to find. Then, as you can see, treat the actual sheets to be used during the testing that have both the goal as well as the scenario in there.
So Devin shared the what, who, when, why, and how we build our task sheets. I'm going to talk more about the actual how we did it in September and the logistics of it. So for our staff, we spent 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon at 2 different branches. We tried to schedule the branches ones that we knew were a little busier, but also tied it to programs, thinking we might have some heavier foot traffic during those times. We were able to get 6 different patrons, and they all were tested on the same 5 tasks. And we talked about events, we did third-party integrations, searching, and facets. For staff, we sent out an Excel document for staff to sign up with their supervisor approval. We did it in 15-minute time slots, but we gave ourselves a 5-minute buffer in between to make any comments towards each other, wrap up our notes, and kind of just reset for our next session. Staff were emailed a Zoom link. So we had 3 different task sheets. You can see the topics on your screen, 3 different task sheets. And so all 3 of those different sheets had their own Zoom link. So we just had the Zoom link per task sheet, and we had the waiting room turned on. So we were able to admit people when it was their starting time or a couple minutes early if we were ready. We did record each session, and I actually shared my screen and I turned on remote control in Zoom. So our staff could just navigate in my window, and we wouldn't have to tell people how to navigate to Aspen and then how we share our screen. And we did For staff, the browse category, searching and facets had 7 different tasks that we had them do, and our other 2 had 6 each. So what do we do next? We have all of this feedback. So Devin and I created this document to highlight all of the results for the different scenarios. From there, based on the feedback and discussions, we made recommendations of changes, what to do, and we took that to our Aspen implementation team, and we discussed everything, and we decided to make a few adjustments before we launched. At the same meeting, we also decided that we would do Aspen user experience testing quarterly with patrons and staff to continue to make sure that we are using this as expected and it's working. Several things to keep in mind. Really think about the feedback that you want. What are you going to do with this information? Are you going, do you just want to know how people browse and how they use the filters? Are you going to translate some of the wording? Are you going to build tutorials? Don't ask for a lot of things unless you're not going to do anything with it. That's not very helpful feedback. It's a lot of data to comb through if you're not going to do anything. And with user experience testing, it is amazing feedback. If someone is struggling and multiple people struggle, that really lets us know that we have improvements that we need to do on our side. It could be translating, it could be making tutorials, identifying different things, or just having more conversations when we're working with patrons about the catalog. And you only need 5 to 7 participants for full feedback on an accurate representative of the population. So don't think you have to go get hundreds of people. 5 gives you sufficient data to know if you need to make any changes. And think about the frequency of when you want to make changes. So we just launched in November. We didn't want to keep making translations and different changes because we just launched and we're just now getting our patrons used to different language or comfortable with the process or where to find a button. So we don't want to make a bunch of changes to where we lose their confidence in us or they lose their confidence in their ability to use Aspen. So we're going to schedule out all of our changes and we are able to share that information with staff ahead of time and also do some social media posts. And I do want to say we don't send out emails monthly. Like when we get an Aspen release, we push those out. But if there is going to be a big change or something impactful, then we do want to share that out just to bring in additional, bring people in so they can see what's going on in the catalog and that we're consistently making updates to improve it. A little bit about the evolution of our user experience testing. So we learned a lot in September. And for moving forward, we shook it up a little bit. So remember how Devin said anyone can do user experience testing? In February 2024, last month, we actually piloted user experiences for branch staff doing it at the branches. So it's really unrealistic for Devin and I to go sit at all 19 locations and hope that we get someone who will walk up to us and will want to sit down and do the testing. Library staff already have relationships built with patrons. They know the power users and the non-power users. So they are able to ask a little bit more, hey, do you have time to help us out a little bit? We want your feedback. Make it more personal. We also were hoping that this would really build upon the positive experience that staff reported when we went live with the Aspen rollout. They really liked being involved. They liked all the questions that they got. And we wanted to continue the momentum of having everyone involved with Aspen. We built 9 different task sheets. Each task sheet had 2 to 3 scenarios. And we also asked for feedback on wording for possible translations for us to do. We asked them about their mobile experience because we don't currently use LiDA. And we opened it up to additional thoughts, anything else they wanted to share with us about their experience. Because we have 19 locations with 9 task sheets, smaller branches were able to do 2 task sheets and our larger branches had 3. Part of this, we also wanted to prepare staff so they felt successful when sitting down or just a little bit confident sitting down doing something new with our patrons. We built a lot of resources for them, videos on what user experience testing is, why we do it. We have the logistical side, how to share their screen. So we made them, or how to record their screen. We asked them to record their screen so Devin and I can go through and through the lens of one person with all of our task sheets, we can go through and make notes for our recommendations document. We also created a script for them of what to read. So thank you for doing this with Thank you for doing this with us today. We are testing the catalog, not you. In the script, I said on the previous slide, it's okay if someone fumbles if they can't figure something out. We built in scripting options based on the struggle that the patron is having on how to just wrap it up and move on to the next one. It is totally okay to skip this question. And we also handed out incentives to the branches so they can hand out to the participants as a thank you.
Okay, well, there you go. User experience testing in a nutshell. If you have any questions, email either Trisha or I'll leave this slide up. Also, in the slides that we uploaded to Bywater Aspen, there is a couple of sheets at the end that provide links to a Google Docs that all those resources Trisha just mentioned, you guys have access to those. So you don't have to recreate the wheel. You're more than welcome to go ahead and use any of those resources. And again, we'd be happy to help. So please give us an email if you need anything. And thank you for
I also
coming
put the link in the chat too. That way, if y'all want to
yes.
see it sooner rather than later with the PDF of our slides. So does anybody have any questions?
Okay. And thank you again and enjoy the rest of your sessions.
Thank you.
This is browse categories, it's digital signage, and this is Brian Neal Jones.
Hi, everybody. I am Brian. I am a computer librarian at National Public Library. Previously, I was a book librarian, but now I'm a computer librarian. And today, I'm going to tell you about browse categories at National Public Library, which have been repurposed for digital signage. But first, I want to thank everyone who helped put this event together. It's a huge lift, and this venue is kind of amazing. We're going to have a rave in here later. It's going to be Aspen 1994. It's going to be spectacular. But second, though, for lack of a better term, I was the project manager on what I'm speaking about today, but really my colleagues are the folks that really did all the work. Specifically, Jenny Ellis, our lead web designer, James Staub, our other computer librarian, Larry Jarek, our infrastructure manager, Thomas Hammonds, our application analyst, all the devs at Bywater, and all the folks on my public service team that actually make the content for the browse categories. So those are the folks that actually did the work, even though I am here speaking. So let's start. So the hardware that I'm talking about today are actually all-in-one computers, but I will refer to them as the screens for convenience. So these screens are 32-inch monitors or all-in-one computers embedded into walls and shelf ends at our branches. So they're kind of an architectural element, like on the shelf end where you typically do like face out books. There will be pictures later. We have these screens sort of built into the walls. We have 15 screens or 15 monitors at 5 branches. One branch even has 5 shelves in a row with a screen on each end. So when you walk in, you kind of have this effect of like 5 screens repeating. And we had third-party software that displayed Aspen lists created by staff. So the lists were displayed and they're pulling data from Aspen, but it wasn't Aspen itself. So that's really cool. What's the problem? Problem's the leaf administrators. I'll leave that up there for a second. All right, so we had an aloof administrator that entered into a business relationship with a local advertising company, and the normal procedures that we have for onboarding tech wasn't followed, and chaos ensued. So the advertising company developed a bespoke content management system to serve content to these screens. And it pulled things from data, but it was kind of not stable. So there was some aloof administrators and then some finicky software. And then because procedures were not followed, there was just confusion about who was responsible for what. So in short, there was a really fragile software stack and a lot of nebulous, it was nebulous as to whose responsibility it was to do what, and staff were very frustrated. Why were they frustrated? Because they had blank screens with my reflection on them and actually no content at their branches for a lot. And this is a standard issue book cart if you want to have an idea of how big the screens were. Okay, so that's the problem. What's the solution? So the next bullet point, I want everyone in the room, and you can do it at home too if you want your colleagues to think you're weird. I want you all to shout it out loud. Okay, I don't want those little library shouts either. I want a real one. I want we're at Aspen Acid 94 kind of shout. All right, what's the solution? All right, that was okay. I'll let it go because I only have 30 minutes. So more specifically, browse categories. And this is what it actually looks like now. So there are 2 of the screens embedded in a wall. This is across from the circ desk at our Madison branch. I have a pointer I want to use, but I don't know where to point it. That's also not useful for the folks watching on the stream. So what you see here are browse categories created from staff lists. They move by themselves automatically to the next browse category after 20 seconds. And the staff at these branches have autonomy to create their own browse categories from lists or searches. And importantly, they have granular permissions to actually only change the screens that are at their locations. So the librarians at Madison can change these screens. So how do we get here? Some first steps. So the old software had kiosk-like features, needed to be full screen, it needed to be locked down. So we needed to find a replacement. We actually ended up going with KeyAware, which is third-party piece of proprietary software, but this worked for us because we were already using it on our OPACs. And it did those things, it locked the screens down. And our IT department also had security concerns because I keep calling them the screens, but they were all-in-one computers that were connected to the internet. They had USB ports, et cetera, even though they were hard to get to. So KeyAware solved this problem for us. Now, I am here today because I love that Aspen is open source. So an alternative to using something like KeyAware is like you can just use Firefox, kiosk mode, or there's another internet browser made by an advertising company, which also has a kiosk mode, which you could use depending on your situation. So first steps, how do we scope the content to a specific branch? So the staff were used to doing this. So what do? So we create dummy locations for each location that has a screen. So there's the branch library called the Bellevue branch. In Aspen admin, we create a dummy location called Bellevue display. That's what that looks like. I think you've probably seen the location table in Aspen before. There you go. Bellevue display right at the top of the table. First steps. How to make it scope content to a specific branch. I thought we already answered this question. There's more. We had to create a browse category group for each dummy location. So the Bellevue display dummy branch gets a specific browse category group called Bellevue display. And then that browse category group is assigned just to the Bellevue display dummy location. Perfectly clear, right? We can look at it later together. All right. And here you go, you can see all these browse category groups specific to the locations, specific to the dummy locations. So what you see there, Bellevue displays, there's a dummy location called Bellevue displays. So those were the first steps. Of course, there's a lot more to do. We had to create a custom theme with some custom CSS. I will say that the previous software was designed by an advertising company with a lot of national clients. It was good looking. So how do we make it look great? That's the question. The answer, Jenny Ellis, my colleague's beautiful dark theme, minimalist, looks great. The link is here. I put the link to this presentation. You can follow the link to see all the CSS. This is also a link to the CSS is also in Aspen Weekly number 143, August 31st, 2003, if you want to go back and check that out. So let's dig into this a little bit. It's custom theme CSS. What's custom about it? It eliminates the arrows, the mouse, the alert bar, the scroll bar. It eliminates the language selector, the search bar, the logo. Is this even Aspen anymore? Sometimes less is more. It does a number of other things. It sets the correct number of book covers. Now for us, this was easy because all 15 screens were the same size, right? So we could just hack it until we showed 16 covers in our case. But if you have signage that is of different sizes, there is more work to do, and hopefully I can help. Little teasers on the CSS that are fun to show. That's how you get rid of the mouse. That's how you hide the scroll bar. This is how you set the correct number of covers. Like I said, we can dig into this later if there's questions, or I'm here. Also, I'm not really a designer, so other folks can help you with the CSS. And then of course, here's all of it. There's scroll bars on this thing. There's a lot of CSS here if you want to see the whole thing. And again, it's in Aspen Weekly number 143 as well. And there's more to do besides just the CSS. We had to have some custom JavaScript. So the old software would display the covers as an animated scroll. So browse categories obviously don't do that. So how do you make this beautiful browse category, how do you make it move to the next one so you still get the covers changing? So that's the question, how to make the move. The answer was James Staub's custom JavaScript. Now this next section, it's got to get dangerous because I said, James, you have to explain to me what this JavaScript does because I don't know how it works. And he said, okay, we'll look at it together. And we did. And he said, I'm sorry, I don't know how this works either. And I think we can make it better. And then he said, have a good time at the conference. And he left on spring break to take care of his kids. So I'm gonna present this to y'all the best that I can. All right. So move to the next category after X seconds. There you can see var time 20,000, that's in milliseconds. That's how you determine how long you want it to be, like how long before it goes to the next second. Now, some of you who do know JavaScript say, Brian, you're actually not showing me how it moves to the next second. And there at the bottom of this little code snippet, it says function, rotate category. Okay, boom, there's that function. Now this is where it gets a little dangerous because I cannot actually explain this fully. I don't know where all these elements are coming from. But you can see there, it defines what the next category is. The if is, if there's not a next category, then reload the URL. That is really important because when it gets to the last category, what does it do? Well, it goes back to the beginning. But then also it reloads the URL. That way the changes that staff make on the back end, when they change the browse category, they appear. So that way they can just work at their desk, make the changes, the URL reloads. And the thing that actually makes it move is the very last line there. Aspen Discovery browse category dot change browse category, parentheses next category. That means actually move to the next category. There's the whole thing. There are a few more lines that legit me and James did not know what it did. We're like, why did we do that? I don't know. So, but we can look at it together. I know that for sure. Mike from Maine is going to give a presentation about JavaScript snippets tomorrow. We'll ask him. It'll be great. AspenCon is great. All right. And that's the whole thing, right? Okay. There was still a little bit more that we had to rely on some other folks to do, and that is granular permission. So we have a lot of browse categories at my library, probably too many, and the collections development team managed those system-wide. And we really just didn't want anybody messing with those. Or in other words, we didn't want anyone to move our stapler. Psychologically, it might be better if they did sometimes, but that's where we were. Granular permissions. So with the release of Aspen Discovery 23.06, we had the ability to granularly assign permissions to specific staff members to edit only specific browse category groups. So in Aspen admin under local enrichment, you can see now you can toggle this on. It is really cool. And it was the folks at Bywater that did this work. Though I have not told anyone at Bywater yet, I was ready to let this go. And literally, I was just about to email my team and be like, hey, we're just gonna do it. I don't care about granular permissions anymore. And then like this GET request was murdered. And I was like, oh yeah, well no, we can do it, it's cool. All right, don't move my stapler. Here's all the folks at the Madison branch that can change their screens that we saw earlier. Also, notice there's a shared account in there. I don't like that at all. We should just move on from that. So, but hey, it's their stapler. If they want their whole team to be able to move it, it's all good. Those folks in that previous slide, I had to train them how to do it. I had to train them how to use the new platform, which was Aspen, which they knew about and they were used to creating lists. But they had never heard the term browse category before, even though they were used to seeing them, like they didn't know what those were called. Like when you would go to our, catalog URL, you see browse categories, but they didn't identify them as such. So I had to explain what that was. Made an instructional PDF, made myself available for video calls. And there was positives and negatives to this. So the positives were staff were really great. They're really grateful that there was content on their screens now when previously they were broken. And I glossed over this a little bit, but staff were really frustrated, and I will touch on that a little bit more later. So they're really grateful that there's actually stuff on the screens. I think perhaps they're more grateful there was a clear chain of responsibility when something didn't work. It's a hardware problem, we go to the infrastructure team. If it's a software problem, they can email me and hopefully get some good internal customer service. And then of course, there's things that were more neutral. Like, I don't think I really did a good job explaining how, if you want a dynamic search, if you want a dynamic browse category, you should create it from a search as opposed to a list. Like, that was like a hurdle that I had to get over. That's a hurdle that I had to get over, to have them like explain how that would work to do a dynamic browse category. So I could have done that better. And then also, there were folks that, they didn't care because this hardware had been broken for so long that they were just like, great, another tech bro is telling me what's on my screen and how to work it. They just shrug their shoulders, right? So some of the default type of branches that I set up initially, they're still there. I have other librarians that are super engaged and they make new browse categories, you know, month to month. And we can look at some of them too, if we want, if we have time. Live demos, we can even change that, some of that code, and break my catalog in real time. No, we'll do it on the test. Future steps, that's where we are. How do we want to make it better in the future? So info boxes. So really cool if you could walk up to the screen, because this is like eye level on the wall. Tap on a cover, get a little info box about a title. I will say that the old software did this and it pulled that information from Aspen too, so we should be able to do this. Either my team or folks in the community, this dev work should be doable, I think. The other thing is interactive navigation. So remember, there's no mouse and it just moves on its own every 20 seconds. So sometimes it's like, hey, I was looking at that, or you want to go back, or you want to go forward. Just some way to have patrons to be able to like push a button or tap it or something to move back and forth between the browse categories would be really cool. Another one is randomized covers. Again, staff really like making lists based on themes, probably from like month to month, you know, programming initiatives. You know, if you work at a public library, you know all about this. So I think that what we're asking for is randomized covers if you make a browse category from the list. I know that other folks have asked for this too. My team might be able to do this work, but I know some other Bywater customers have asked for this. If you think this is a cool idea, put in a development request about this. And then also maybe use Web Builder instead of browse categories to just, you know, create the content on the screens. I knew that with browse categories, or the team figured out together, for sure we could get a minimal viable product with browse categories. With Web Builder, I think it would be too hard to train staff to do all the elements. So when I was watching Amanda's lightning talk, she was like, I didn't need any staff intervention. It just needs to happen on its own. And of course, she also showed what was possible. So I think there's a lot of potential there to make really beautiful things from within Aspen, but that's in the future. Some takeaways. Here, we're going to get in the danger zone again. I might editorialize. So for one, I never thought I'd stand up at a conference and say this, but follow the rules. So follow your procedures. Like this really happened because we didn't follow our procedures for onboarding new tech. And Aspen was the solution, as it is for so many of you for like issues at your library, but there was a cause to that problem that we needed a solution for. So the next one too kind of makes me cringe. Learn to code. Asterisk. So obviously it'd be really cool if I could create that CSS and knew how to explain the JavaScript myself. I mean, but obviously if you learn how to do these things, you can make these changes. The asterisk is there for two reasons. One, it's kind of gross to value the work of developers above other people's work. But two, it is easier to learn to code or figure out what that JavaScript does with the help of AI right now. But the commercial AI products, what they've done is they've ignored copyright law to create the products. And then they limit access to those products with the same copyright law. So it's I just have ethical issues of telling people to use AI to help with their coding problems, but it is a boon. So double asterisk, I suppose, but it's there. I will say too, for those of us who work in public libraries, AI is also the perfect disinformation machine. So that's something to think about too, but it'll help you with your code. All right. So invest in a test server. I think this is a general good advice. You wouldn't need a test server to do what we did, but obviously any kind of project like this would be a lot easier if you did so. Yeah. So, and the last one, respect yourself, respect others. There's a reason why this is the last bullet point on takeaways. This is the most important bullet point for me. Like to actually get this project done was painful. It was so painful that I was actually going to show up here like plan B y'all and do a presentation about how to deal with difficult workplace situations. But like I said, I really respect everyone that you know, put the effort in to make this con happen, so I'll wait to AspenCon 2 to do that kind of stuff. So, but, you know, I was a project manager. If it took a long time and it was hard, that's on me. But when I think about the rest of the other team, my team, like big picture, it's no big deal. Like our library still works if there's nothing on these screens. But if it is damaging the relationship between the public service staff and the infrastructure team and the public service staff and the systems team, which is my team, that is something that needs to be addressed because that can create a really negative work environment. And the one thing that I want you all to have like keep in the front of your mind is that the things that we do, the configurations that we do affect everyone in our org, right? And that relationship can stay positive or it can be something else. And let's try to make it stay positive, right? Okay. All right, here are all the things in all the places. And I don't know if I think I can get the mouse over here if you want to actually see one. Who wants to see one? Okay, a few people want to see one. I will say, just remember, these were intentionally designed for particularly sized hardware. So we're just going to look at it in a browser. It's going to look weird. Like the covers aren't going to be right. There's going to be weird space, etc. So I'm going to try to click on the Bellevue one. The Bellevue one is fun because Appreciating Winter is still up because a toilet exploded at Bellevue and flooded the branch. Don't laugh, that means you're a bad person. It's a library, it's very important. But Megan Sheridan, the library, has been very engaged with this project and helped me a lot. But so these will probably change once the library is fully open again, after the toilet exploding problem is fixed. So there you go, that's what it does. And that's cool, right? And I suppose that is the end, unless you all want to look at more categories. Or if you have questions. Or if you want to volunteer to teach at the rave. It's at 5 branches.
You repeat the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. The question was, how many branches is this at? So we have 5 branches. And if people don't ask questions, I have a few things I'm going to say anyway. I know you want to go to lunch, but I left a few elephants in the room that I will address if you all don't address them.
So these are all touchscreen monitors?
So they are, but we've disabled it, right? So they were touchscreens before, but it was minimal. All you could do was tap it and you could look at the little, there's something called a light box. You guys, is that the right thing? Is that what it's called in Aspen? Little thing comes up. So you tap the cover and you get a little info box about the cover, right? So that's all it did. Then they would move. So I will say when we were like conceiving what we wanted the project to be, there was a lot of things like, oh yeah, then you can just put it on hold right there, you know? And we're just like, one, that's hard. You know, we want to try to like get something on the screen. Staff are really frustrated that these have been not working. But I also I personally am not comfortable with like putting in your personal standing there in the lobby of a place and like putting in your personal information. Like I'm not really cool with that. And then also just, even though it's so easy to be like, okay, you automatically sign out after 5 seconds or something, it's just a security concern that we can eliminate by not making them be touchscreens. But future. So I promised you that you all can go to lunch, but one of the elephants that I did that in the room that I didn't want to address was, if you saw on that slide from the Madison branch, there's 2 together there. And basically there's only, for the most part, there's only 1 dummy location for each branch. So say if there's 5 browse categories, it's the same 5 browse categories on both screens. So we were like, well, how do we make sure that there's always different content? And we're like, well, they'll just be random. There's no way the computers are going to start at the same time, even though they'll mostly be the same. And some of the branches were like, no, not acceptable, not random enough. So we actually went in and created like Madison Display 2, right? So like 2 different dummy locations, like one dummy location for each screen, right? One browse, specific browse category group for each screen, even though there were multiple screens at a branch.
This isn't a question so much as just a thought. Instead of having patrons log into the touch screen to place a hold, have one of the touch functions be to display a QR code that they can go to the title directly on their phone.
Yeah, we've definitely discussed that.
A quick announcement, a few announcements before we go to lunch. So let everyone know we are watching the weather and we will have announcements after lunch. If we have any contingency plans, we'll also post those in Slack. There's a Slack channel in the Aspen Slack for people that are in person in the conference, so make sure you join that. And then we'll also put a system message up on the community page. So those are the 3 ways that you can get information. Also for the dine rounds, be sure to sign up. We did add links within the forms. So if you want to see who is already signed up for that dine around, you can click the attendee link and then just see a link before you register. So thank you so much. Thank you to all of our presenters this morning. Weren't they amazing? I give them a round of applause. And it is now lunch break, and we will see you all back here at 1:30 for the LiDA panel.
Yes.
I know why, so you're sharing this, but you're not sharing this computer one like.
Yes.
I know why, um, do you have it open still? Oh, no, I can hear you tapping. Perfect. Is that the computer? I did it pretty quietly. You have Caitlin still here, or did she head out? So we have to know you did absolutely everything correctly, and it only didn't work because it didn't want to. And muting and unmuting it was what worked.
All right, cool.
So, welcome to my everyday life.
Yeah, love it, love it. I'll be upstairs if you need anything.
Sounds good.
Thanks again.
Yeah, checking with Sophia too, just make sure she feels good on everything. Thank you.
like.
Maybe you were going to start. Or you want for the great jacket. Right now we have this like playing with subject as well. Basically what it's connected to the two-step lighting. There's no like switcher, so that's in. There's like a volume switch. Going to some of the speakers like days, like those.
Yeah. I just how do I turn off this video?
Oh yeah. Okay, so you worked.
Yeah.
Well, last week. Okay, so say that we're doing like a two-screen thing. We're sharing like always the second screen. So this is on the second one right now. Again, they should come with the presentations, but if not, they are all. All in here, they should. One. Videos on the desktop as well.
So I'm not doing a bunch of stuff on after checking.
Yeah, and honestly, they'll probably take that.
Great.
So yeah, schedule here. Somewhere over there was a schedule, but they have copies. Presentation super straightforward. I think you're also going to do a panel of people sitting up here, and I think they're going to be using that mic for like audience questions.
Okay.
This mic. Yeah, and then that one is wired form, which should be in a good volume. You can adjust it. One in the audience right now. So if they need. Which might if they want. Oh, there. So on Zoom, right? They are sending the Zoom to like a YouTube live stream. So if you ever want to check the audio of this, we had some issues with some.
Yeah.
That's pieces before the live stream. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, and then I'll be upstairs. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. They're back to 1:30, so you got plenty of time.
Great. Weird step functions and like the block transformation, like unit step functions, and it's hard. Yeah.
Yeah, like.
I worked through a problem with my professor after class, and I was like, yeah, it makes so much sense. And what you're trying to do, can't do it.
Can't do it. Yep.
Oh, no, it's
Because like unit step is different too. Also extra steps. I guess not just the.
Yeah, it's like you pull out a need to power something and then you do another flash transformation. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's a better way to do that.
Yeah, sure. Just have someone else do it.
Honestly, my point is just make a calculator. Someone figured it out. We have a table.
Yeah.
All you have to do is upload the table to the internet.
Yeah.
To a computer.
I wonder if you use multiple alpha.
Yeah. Symbol Lab does it. Wolfram Alpha does it. You have to like pay to see the step by step. Symbol Lab does it. You can see the step by step. So you have to like get a membership to see like the nitty gritty, which I don't need.
No, yeah.
Symbol Lab's been going through.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, but still. I use it until grad school. Anyways, I'm gonna go. Just one like it's not that. Well, if you have any questions for me.
Oh, thank you. Very. We have one handheld mic for the panel and one. Will that work, or do you want two? Let's do two. The panel will start and we'll bring one down. Yeah, that's really fine. Oh, we just wanted to make sure that we're all good. Yeah. I'll just grab the mic from. Yeah. My oldest weather is every time we got her. Still blessed. That's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna have things.
I almost just like did the huge leg up like that one. I know, it always feels good. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna go. Yeah. Just pause. Yeah.
Yeah, Morgan's. Oh.
Jordan. Yes, because it shows the panel as well.
Yes.
I just know the spots. Like I don't know how to do the setup. It's already. Also, they're already seeing us. I just big nosy. Put it back on the elevator.
Oh, yeah, I see us. We're just very tiny in the corner. Like full size. Yeah, this is strong.
Oh, LOL. Oh, should we switch? Probably.
Yeah, I just don't know how.
I just.
Oh, you did it, so we just study. Thank you. I know I'm just doing like.
So you just want a video of the panel up right now?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. I'm gonna give you a couple more minutes and find your seat again. And we're ready to start for the afternoon. And this afternoon we have a panel on LiDA. So I'm glad to welcome on the stage Chanel from Yavapai Library Network, Tara from Swan Library Services, Miranda and Gertin from Bywatch Solutions, and the panel will be moderated by Morgan from Bywatch Solutions. So Morgan, over to you.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, my voice is so big. All right, welcome. So here is our LiDA panel. We're going to talk about Aspen LiDA, the companion app to Aspen Discovery. So basically, I'm just going to ask this lovely panel here a bunch of questions, and they're going to provide their answers and insight, share all that with you, and I'm sure there will be time at the end for some questions from the audience as well. So I'm going to kick us off with I guess to the Bywater folks sitting next to me. Can you provide some background on how LiDA started? I know we learned a little bit about it earlier when we were learning the history of Aspen, but what were some of the initial goals for a companion app to Aspen?
So LiDA started as an app from Christopher from Ajax, and he graciously let us use that code as a base starting point. Pretty much non-existent in that code now. And really the idea was just to give a more of a native experience for users on the mobile, so we can interact with their camera and their location, and just be able to make it easier to use.
Wow, so you're saying that it's changed so much that it's basically, you wouldn't recognize it from the base code?
None of his code.
Wow. It's like a full evolution. Cool. What other apps have informed LiDA development? Like, you know, what apps did your libraries, oh, I guess this is for Chanel and Tara. Yeah, so what apps did your libraries consider other than LiDA?
I guess I can speak first. There's honestly not a ton of options out there, so I think it's really great that LiDA brings another option for Aspen partners. And the other nice thing is, you know, we've talked with Mark and Jordan, is that Aspen also integrates with other apps. I know, so our library consortium is primarily using Aspen LiDA. We have about 100 libraries in our consortium, and most of them are using our branded instance of LiDA. There are a few that are looking into using the Communico app, and they're looking to integrate with the Aspen APIs. I don't believe they're in the process of that work. I don't know if we definitely don't have any libraries live on Communico with an Aspen integration. So that was not something we considered as a consortia, mainly because the benefit of using Communico really seems to be kind of buying into that whole Communico platform, using it for your events, for your website. And as a consortium, our libraries are all across the map, as far as what they're using for their events, websites, et cetera. I know another option out there is Kapira, which we are a Cersei Dynamics shop. We've heard some like rumblings that it doesn't play so nicely with Cersei Dynamics, but that I know is another option out there. And then there is the, we were on Blue Cloud Mobile, which was Cersei Dynamics developed in partnership with Solus, and they have their own library app. Those are the ones I didn't know. Did you know of any more, Shimon?
No, we were also on Blue Cloud Mobile, and Solus did the hard sell to try to get us to stay. But it just, one of the complaints that from our previous system was that the desktop OPAC and the mobile app, the search results were different. There were two different search engines. And so our patrons would constantly complain about how different the results were that they would get. So it certainly makes sense to us, since we were switching over to Aspen Discovery, to just use the mobile app as well.
And I think Chanel and I were sort of chatting on the break that one of the nice things about using LiDA is you're essentially managing one discovery platform instead of, you know, another app is essentially almost a second discovery platform for your patron. So that was definitely a big appeal for using LiDA as well.
So I kind of skipped over this other question because it was like on the same line. So I don't want to skip it because it's a really good question. So I think this is probably for Kirsten. What other apps have informed, like, as you're developing LiDA, you know, to try to meet patron expectations?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. What other apps have informed LiDA development?
Oh, yeah, and support. So I was glad to see Amanda at Darien present and like actually have her screenshot comparisons, because at least in support, I do the bulk of LiDA support right now currently, and on tickets, we'll just straight up get screenshots from like other platforms, and our partners will tell us like what they like about it and like what they might like to see in LiDA. So what do I get most often? I get screenshots of Libby a lot. I've gotten some screenshots of Hoopla, Google, and Amazon. So like, yeah, we get those on tickets and we like look at them like and sort of like see the vision, I guess. So like that's one way, I guess, other apps are influencing us. Kirsten, I don't know if you have anything else to add. No, she doesn't.
You don't have a Pinterest board with other apps that are inspiring you. Yeah, one of the things that we encounter a lot in implementations or we talk about is like, you know, patrons, they expect the experience of Google or Amazon or all these big technology things. Like they want to search for the thing and have it magically appear. So I think that it's clear in both Discovery and in LiDA that we're trying to emulate those experiences for people. Let's see here. I'm gonna think of, I think this one, maybe Tara, maybe Miranda can answer. What are some interesting ways you've seen libraries use LiDA?
Oh, I think Tara and I talked about this like a little bit, like prior to this, and something I've seen, and I think you mentioned seeing it as well, is in support, one of our libraries mentioned sort of not using physical cards anymore, and just like switching over to using like the barcode that shows in LiDA as like the primary scanning thing that they use in the library. I don't know if you have more details. I just saw it in support once and I was like, oh, I can't believe someone is doing that. That was surprising to me.
Yeah, I can talk about one of our libraries, Indian Prairie Public Library, in the south suburbs of Chicago. Lovely library if you're ever in the area. They have a wonderful head of circulation, who I think really pushed the idea of getting patrons to sign up for cards digitally. So they subscribe to Patron Point. But I know there are other services, maybe in this room, that do similar things with creating a digital card for patrons, doing the verification checking. And instead of using that solely for online patron registrations, this library opted to do that for the registrations in the library. So patrons come up, they walk up to a kiosk, they enter in their information, and they get their library card number, and then a library staff person kind of instructs them like, hey, download the app and put your card in there, and then you don't have to have a physical card if you don't want one. And at least anecdotally from that holistic, she said that maybe only 2 to 3 people in the past several months have actually requested the physical plastic card, especially for families having the app to just throw those cards and swipe between all of them. It's less stuff to have to kind of keep tabs on. So I thought that was a really interesting use case for the app.
Anything you should know, or? I would just add that we're not seeing particularly creative uses. Certainly people are using they're using LiDA on their cell phone to scan a barcode. But what we did uncover with this was that many of our libraries had old 2D scanners that didn't scan off of the phone. So it's something to consider if you're going to be encouraging people to go that route.
Yeah, very important. You gotta be able to scan the cards. I love that because, you know, I'm used to having like all those little cards on my keychain and they get all ratty and like torn up over the years. So it's like, I'm all about like, yes, it's just in the app. Ooh, I like this question. Why use LiDA over Discovery or vice versa? Why would one want to use one over the other? This is kind of open to anybody.
I'm holding the mic. Like hot potato. I can think of, and this is actually sort of related to, I don't know if this is a creative use, but necessarily, but a reason that LiDA is using LiDA over Aspen Web is something is one of storing that library card, but then I think another reason is being able to really take advantage of the personalized browse category options. It's a nice feature in Aspen Web, but I think in your app, every time you pull up the app, you see your personalized browse categories, your saved searches, your saved lists, recommendations. That's a really, I think those personalization features really shine in the app. So that would be some reasons, and then maybe someone else wants to speak to the geolocation features.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually something that like I use to see what Aspen libraries are like super close to me. But yeah, especially if you're using the community app. So like you're sharing that space with several other libraries if you're using community as opposed to your own instance of a branded app. So you do have like options to do stuff like turn on geolocation. And when you do that, it's gonna pop up the closest library to where you physically are. So like usually 9 times out of 10, that's actually gonna be your public library. And for me, there's actually a lot of Aspen libraries in New Hampshire. That's where I live. And I can sort of keep tabs on who has Aspen in my area. I do check the app to do that sometimes. It's pretty, I don't know, Kirsten, you have any idea?
The camera is a good one for just scanning barcodes, like you mentioned. And you can scan barcodes to search too. And self-check. Scanner and self-check.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone knows you can scan books in LiDA. It's just so cool when you're out at the bookstore somewhere and you just pull it up and you can search the catalog to see if I'm missing it. I don't know. It just makes me feel like a wizard every time I use it. And I also want to go back to what Tara was talking about, the personalized browse categories, because I think this, depending on when you implemented Aspen Discovery and how much you're keeping up with things, this feature may have slipped by you, but yeah, you can add personalized browse categories, meaning the content changes depending on the user that's logged in. So if you, for example, put up the Your List browse category, that's going to dynamically populate with the user list just when they're logged in. I think the recommendations, you can make a recommendation browse category as well. So I think those are even more apparent when you're logging into LiDA because all those browse categories are right there. So being able to put that personalization right there to them is pretty cool. Let's see here. Another question. So this, I think probably for Tara, Chanel, and maybe Mira as well. What are some of the challenges that you've run into, either implementing LiDA, the project,
anything you want to speak on?
I'll let our partners speak first, and then I can give more support comments again.
Well, there's really only one main issue that we've been running into, which is that random people just get logged out. And so then they have to come up with their library card number again to log back in. But that's really the only challenge we've been running into.
I think, okay. We had I'm gonna say, it wasn't a traumatic app rollout, but it was definitely a traumatic end to our previous app. We would have loved to like hold everyone's hand to like pass them off gently onto the next app. But our previous app just completely stopped working. Like one day, all of a sudden, it was a Sunday night, and and so we rolled out LiDA very, very, very quickly. So I think there was a little bit of like, people were just sort of discombobulated kind of going in. People that were mainly app users didn't really use the catalog, and just sort of this chaos of the previous app is gone, now I have to download a new one. So that was an implementation rollout issue challenge that had nothing to do really with LiDA. But I think for some patrons, it was their first experience with Aspen. Like I think they were really using the previous app. And so it was like a little bit of a learning curve for them. So I do wish we could have like kind of helped them move along a little better. And I think because of that rollout, like we definitely have kind of talked about like better ways to manage App Store comments and ratings, because like we got some negative App Store comments, and some of them are just about essentially like, why did the old app die? Why did I have to download the new one? And it's just sort of things that are not even really related to the app. So that's sort of our unique situation in some ways. And then I would just say, Kristen's done a ton of work on dealing with our giant size. Performance is always just challenging for us because we're so large. And we still have users sometimes that hit performance issues. I think maybe kind of just what Chanel is touching on. And it's always so hard to troubleshoot. Like I know Miranda said before, like, I think I'm just teaching people how to use their phones, and maybe sometimes you're teaching me to use my phone. I hope that doesn't happen too much. But yeah, performance issues are definitely probably just like the biggest challenge. You never know if someone on just really slow Wi-Fi or really, a cell network that's not going so hot, and they don't really know that it's, their network on the app. And then there's also just kind of phone features you're learning about, like enabling your camera so you can use the nifty barcode scanning features, things like that. So there's sort of the troubleshooting, I think, for an app is a little bit harder than Aspen Web, and that's just sort of like in general, any app, because you have so many more, I think, device-specific issues.
Yeah, I do have a lot to say about that. I do, yeah, I'm like sitting over there and there's actually like a bag over there that just has 4 phones in it. And it's because in case I get a LiDA ticket, I want to pull out the phone that is the closest to what the user is reporting where the problem is found, because it's gonna increase the likelihood that I can actually reproduce that bug, which means we can actually put debugging on and do something with it, and then Kirsten can see what's going on and maybe fix that bug. But yeah, I'd like to sort of more directly answer the question, and like sort of like tie it to that. It's like, I would say like the number of variables in support or for testing, just like increase exponentially when you have an app, because you need to test it at minimum twice. Once on iOS, once on Android, and right now, Android is like, there's Android 13 and Android 14 are equally as out in the wild for users to use. So I have to have 2 Androids with me. One is running 13, one is running 14, for me to take a look at and debug it, because in support, it can kind of be complicated to explain to people. I need to eliminate your device as a variable for the thing that's happening. And I need to eliminate your like internet connection, like are you on data? Are you on the library Wi-Fi? Does the library Wi-Fi like suffer from performance things? And like it's sort of discussing that, like people, it does give people pause on tickets because they're like, why do I need to give you so much more information? And I'm like, I promise, it is so important. especially for performance for me, because I'm always, like at my house, I have gigabit internet because I work from home and I'm on Zoom all the time. So I'm like, my internet is gonna be doing way more than your Verizon LTE on the street, so like I need to know what you're using. So like Kristen actually developed an entire support screen. I'm gonna tell you all about it right now, because I mention it on tickets constantly these days. If you're in LiDA, click on the More tab, then go into Preferences, and then go into Support. You can just screenshot that and send it to me, because like, it just shows me all of the variables you're working with, and including if you have linked accounts or not. Like, there's just so many variables with, and it's fun. And honestly, on tickets, you do end up explaining to people how their phone works. Like, since the support screen came out and I've been telling people to screenshot it for me, I've taught a couple people how to screenshot on their phone. So you just get used to finding like Apple documentation and that sort of thing. And like, if you have an iPhone 15 and you don't know how to take a screenshot, I respect that a lot. Kirsten, you got anything else?
We love our support clean room. This is a fun question. I would like to hear answers from everyone, no pressure. If you could wave your magic wand, you all have them now. If you could wave them and have whatever you would like to see in LiDA for the future, what would that be? What feature or functionality?
I'm not an ideas guy who wants to.
You all, go for it.
I am still waiting for somebody to develop, ILS notifications.
I get asked about ILS notifications
Yeah,
a lot.
totally.
I feel like there could be some stuff with like geolocate, like very specific in the library geolocation, like on the shelf near you. Some recommendations, like you're walking by this shelf and oh man, get ready. There's all of your knitting books are here's what's on the shelf ready for you to grab. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of doing more things with like yeah, just helping people. Self-location could be cool. Yeah, definitely the notifications would be super great. I know everyone just wants to know like my hold is here. And this is like an ILS thing, but I think what everyone really wants, this is my theory, they want like an Amazon tracker for their holds to come through. So I feel like if there was some kind of Koha and I don't know, all the ILSs get together, figure it out. Like, this is what people want. They want to see their thing move through the system and know exactly what it's gonna like arrive at their library for them to pick up. And we have yet to deliver on that.
Hopefully not with a picture of like the thing on the hold shelf though, that might be a little overkill.
Yeah.
Well, we'd like to see purchase suggestions show up in LiDA, but even more pie in the sky is if we could had an entry screen where we could put in a bunch of quotes and facts. And then that's what would appear when you started up LiDA, and it would randomly choose them so that every time the user went in, they would get different facts and quotes instead of the exact same two every time.
Many fact, that's like the number one complaint I ever get. Like, oh, that was great, but there's only like 2 facts. I want more trivia.
I guess in the meantime, we have that ticket, I think, by the way. I remember it coming in from at least one person. But in the meantime, you could have a spreadsheet of facts. Then you just change the translation manually against every month. That's the better. I work in support and you tell, I'm like, here's the work that I'm gonna do in the meantime.
Yeah, what they're referencing is, there's 2 facts that can come up on the loading screen. And you can search for those phrases in the translations in Aspen Discovery and find those and translate them to whatever you want them to say. So that is the workout around she's describing. Very clever. Cool. I'm trying to think of what I would list. Those are all really good answers. I really love the idea of geolocation in a building. Like, what?
And we'll maybe have a dev request for like staff and migration or something.
You're
Yeah.
on it. They know it.
And I know it was just briefly mentioned, but, you know, the talk about the notifications from the ILS. So that is, I just want to emphasize, that's not something that we have control over, right? Like the ILSs have to make those things available. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Yes, and no.
Yes, and no.
It just depends on ILS.
But so far, we don't really have access to that, or?
Because we know it's going to be a per ILS development.
Okay. So it's not just like one development and then everyone's covered. It's like you have to do it for each individual. Got it. Okay. And it does sound like a lot. All right. So I have some just general, let's chat about this topic of ideas. So I want to talk about push notifications. So, you know, obviously we're not going to opt people in automatically. We don't want to sign people up for things that they don't necessarily want, maybe. So how have your libraries talked to patrons about push notifications? How have you handled them?
We don't use them. It's not so much the patrons that are the issue, it's how to convey this to library staff. It's really the tough part, especially because we're a consortium with independent libraries. So it's not like somebody at the head of a main branch makes a decision and everybody else goes along with it. You have to educate every single one of the libraries out there.
Yeah, we are actually, we often, and we might compare to singles for everyone when they go level data, but I don't think we have any libraries that have actually used them yet. We presented a couple of scenarios, ideas for them to try when we went live, but granted, we haven't been live for very long. We did have an incident a few years ago where a truck drove through the lobby of the library and they had like clothes, and that's always my example. Like, well, if the truck drives to your library, you can send out a push notification. Or if, you know, more like a much better scenario, like if there's a weather related clothing is more common. But we sort of launched around like we haven't had that weather, so yeah, we'll see if anyone is taking advantage of it. But yeah, I think just I don't know, like hard on them, but I think mainly libraries are like I just want people to get a hold of this, and they haven't really explored the manual push notices, but I feel like there's going to be a scenario like maybe libraries in Colorado, right? Where they'll make them.
Yeah, I think on push notifications, maybe since we've like added system messages to LiDA, I think it's potentially possible less people are using them. I'm thinking about this like in real time on this panel, being like maybe people aren't using them because of system messages, but I've seen both. So like I remember recently I had a ticket where I was helping someone set up a push notification to go out, and they wanted both the push notification to go out and the system message. And LiDA wants to be like, just so you guys know, we're closed on President's Day. Don't come in. So it could be used in both cases. But you could use it also for like, hey, like there's this new program at the library. I think people mostly imagine it for content that they would put in a system message, but like I think, yeah, if people expanded sort of, you know, what would I send a push notification about? Like they might send a level, I don't know.
I just want to add that doing push notification over a system message is beneficial because they don't have to have the app open to see what's going on.
So, let's see here. Yeah, I just want to emphasize in case it wasn't clear from this conversation that you can send out custom notifications. So it's, you know, there are some notifications that happen automatically, like when account linking stuff happens, but you can also craft messages and send those out at scheduled times. So it's pretty neat. Let's talk about self-checkout. So I know, Chanel and Tara, that you're not using that right now, but I am told that you are working on that. Is that Still true? No? Chanel's like, no.
We're definitely working on it. I think there's just, getting our ILS hooked up and, our like security standards. So yeah, we are definitely interested in getting self-check. We've got a couple pilot libraries already ready to go once we get, the kind of connection details worked out. Yeah, and we did previously have self-check on our previous app. So I'll say people they seem to really like it. I think versus, it just kind of depends. Some libraries played around with it and found it didn't work for their library, and other libraries played around with it and are like, yes, this is great. We want to really encourage patrons to do this. So I don't know any instances where it's like replaced self-check machine necessarily, but yeah, that is something we're excited about implementing and using LiDA.
Are those libraries using RFID or?
So that's exactly what I was about to speak to, which is that we are like 98% RFID tagged. And if we had people using self-check in the library, they would just shut off the gates when they head out.
Yeah, we have a mix, and libraries just turn off their gates. That is also an option. And so that allows, in security theater, and it's fine. People would check out through the app or through their self-check. I think partly that also happens because many of our libraries do not have RFID. And if there's so much stuff traveling around, people are thinking if they're cold, they might be at a library that does not have RFID, where they're picking up an RFID item and they didn't get, desensitized with leaving, so. But I don't know what the plans are for RFID support and maybe that.
Are you looking at Kirsten or me?
I know at one point we were in talks with a vendor to implement that, to desensitize with the app, but we haven't had meetings.
That'd be really exciting. I think that would be pie in the sky for a lot of libraries, because yeah, the RFID thing, it's would be beeping. Let's see here. Let's talk a little bit, and we only have less than 15 minutes left on this panel, but what is the administration portion like for you? Just being able to manage it in Aspen Discovery, and not have a separate place. Can you talk about the benefits of one admin interface versus, separate interfaces?
Well, given that we came from a system where the setup that you did for the desktop version is completely separate from the setup for the mobile app, it's been a huge time saver. Pretty much most of what I've done is you just set this value for the desktop and the app gets it. Sometimes there's a separate field so you can specify specifically for the app, but it's all very neatly put together. It makes it easy to use.
I'll just add to that, that's really nice not having to administer two separate administration portals, but also one of the nice things about going live on LiDA in a giant hurry was that we really didn't have to do any setup to go live. Everything was there. The addresses were plugged into the library location, so all of the latitude, longitude information is there, all set up for geolocation for patrons. All their information, their logos, hours, all of that stuff is just there and ready to go. And so we were able to go live super quickly, which for 100 libraries to configure all of that in another interface would have been, it would have definitely taken some man hours to get that going on something we had to have two interfaces. So that's been really nice, and it's really nice also to just kind of see. Yes, there's some separate LiDA and Discovery updates that happen, but the release cycle is the same. Just kind of keeping up with the releases just feels so much easier for LiDA and Discovery together versus if we were trying to keep track of releases for two separate It's like it's like basically 2 separate discovery platforms, which is definitely challenging.
Yeah, like looking at your Terra, like, do you realize that you were like our fastest LiDA implementation?
I assume so.
Yeah, you had a really quick turnaround. Yeah, it was like pretty impressive how fast you went live. So in addition to doing the whole code LiDA support, me and Kirsten sort of tag team branded LiDA implementations. And in implementation, I would say the first question I get, like on a testing ticket, is almost usually like, where are all of my LiDA settings? And so then it becomes an exercise of being like, well, there is a section in the admin interface that is for Aspen LiDA, but that's only stuff that is app only. So like setting up like barcode scanning, making sure you have the right symbology selected or whatever. And then I'm like, all of the rest of your settings are like everywhere else. And then people are like, oh, okay. And like, it just sort of goes on from there. I guess like the only distinction between like discovery or when you like add LiDA that sometimes trips people up is LiDA is location based as opposed to entirely library system based. So sometimes people will like not have any of their locations selected for like their canopy side load. And we'll be like, where's canopy in LiDA? And I'm like, oh, I just have to check in for locations. And we're gonna go. I'd say that's the only thing that like really trips people up. It's like locations become a little more important when you start using LiDA.
Well, I think I have one last question for everyone, before we take a break. Since I know, Yavapai, you've been on LiDA for quite a bit now, and Swan, you've more recently implemented it. So just for anyone who hasn't used LiDA yet, or is thinking about it, what advice would you give to libraries for implementing, training staff and getting the word out to their patrons?
We just had to go live, and we're like, you're not. Well, if you guys do it over again. We did, I will say willingly, we did have kind of 2 sessions for our library staff. And we really focused on the more like the differences between Discovery and LiDA, which are very minimal actually. And then, kind of like old app, the new app. Because at this point, we had an app, so it wasn't like a completely new thing. Like when, when we rolled out our previous app. And so, yeah, I think it was more just kind of educating folks. And then I think that if I could do it all over again, I would give them more support tips on information to collect from patrons and like screen. I don't think we have the support screen quite yet when we went live, but I like want to start getting folks like, I'm already like, take a screenshot of that for me, please. So yeah, I think just a little bit more on how to provide support for mobile devices would be helpful. The main thing. Otherwise, honestly, if people are already using Aspen Discovery, I think your transition is really smooth. If you're used to using another app, and they weren't really using Aspen Discovery, or maybe you're just doing the whole move, like you're going Aspen, LiDA from something else, then you might want to do definitely like some more outreach. I think would be necessary, just like in general, in any discovery platform migration, just getting folks used to the differences and what to expect.
I'd say just go ahead and turn it on, because chances are no one's gonna stumble across it. And let your staff start playing with it. Just figure out what their pain points are, what is new and confusing to them, and go from there. We have a branded version, so that's what we did we did the unbranded LiDA and let everyone play with it, and then we rolled out our branded version.
Well, are there any questions from the audience? Oh, Jordan will run to you.
I'm wondering, what are some of the most common, problems or questions that you hear about from, the frontline library staff, trying to support customers? And also, is there any, reporting available, for like usage or, student or
Can you repeat the second part of the question? I couldn't quite hear it.
Oh, yeah, do you have any, anything, are there any reports or analytics, that are part of the?
Okay, I can probably answer that one, because I mentioned it when we take it to people. We have, so there's a general usage dashboard in Aspen Discovery, and there are some LiDA specific stats there. So I'm thinking specifically of login to LiDA is a stat that's available, so you can see how many logins to the app you're getting. And there's also one related to, I think LiDA browse categories, like it's a separate API field that's also getting dinged each time someone's doing something in LiDA. But we do have a few requests open to have more stats in LiDA, as well as, Tara, you might have to think about this, about integrating this with Google, yeah, which is gonna be like, it's gonna be a bigger project, but I think it's possible, yeah. Yeah, Chanel has a ticket too, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, there's actually a lot of stuff that we will, I didn't really think about this until we implemented LiDA, but if you have your own branded instance, you have a ton of stats available through the Google Play developer console and the Apple. So, yeah, so that's kind of an argument for getting your own branded.
Yeah, in case people are a little bit, if you're not super familiar with LiDA, we refer to like community and branded LiDA. So branded LiDA is it's just that, it's branded with like your library's iconography and all that, and it uses your library's like developer accounts for Google and Apple. But like if you have Aspen already, you can do what Chanel said and just turn LiDA on, and you can start playing around in the community app. Like as long as you have Aspen, you have LiDA at the same time, so you can do that. Like, that's worth mentioning in case that wasn't clear to some people.
You also asked, you had a first part to your question. So to address that, I really don't get many tickets for LiDA. I mean, as I mentioned that it sometimes does randomly log people out, but other than that, I rarely get tickets for LiDA. It's pretty solid.
Our libraries are very engine. We get a lot of enhancement requests. One of our big ones is, honestly, it's like being able to filter by all the libraries in the consortia, which is it's also something that's a little tricky to do, and also kind of reserve capability settings and Aspen Discovery. But that might just be for us. That's one of them. And yeah, usually performance things, like I said.
We're always working on performance, by the way. I just figured I should say that it's an ongoing thing. And if you put in tickets with me, like you get to like play like timing with your phone games with me where I'm like, okay, what is slow to you? What's your internet like? It's actually pretty fun. It gets pretty niche where like I'll have spreadsheets of like, and this search took X seconds and they considered that slow. It's like kind of fun because like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but we're always working on it, yeah.
Are there any last questions? I know we're just about. Now we have time for one more.
I talk fast, so that'll help. So on our LiDA integration. So. Oh, you guys hearing? Okay. Oh, is that why it's doing? Okay. So we're working on our LiDA integration. As the marketing person, creative with this, and I see your external links as a way where we can be creative, where I can put things for summer reading or basically anything that we can create in our website as something that can be linkable inside of our app and kind of make it as a feature. I just wanted to see, like, have you had other libraries that have been creative like that? And like, can you share any of their ideas or their success stories of how they've used those external links that can go in the app?
Yeah, you're talking about the menu link integration?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, when we rolled that out, people actually didn't have any questions about it. It was just like feedback that they were like excited because they could link out to multiple things. My test scenario, so I might give this to y'all because you might have a better idea of what the links are being used for aside from, you do have the option if you have menu links in Aspen to share them in both places. And I think on the initial launch of that feature, people were like, okay, I'm putting all of the menu links that I put in my catalog into LiDA as well. So whatever I have linked there, I'm gonna put there by default. And then you can add stuff to just LiDA if you want. But in my test scenario, I used like a poll. I was like, you could link to an Aspen quick poll from your menu links, sort of like any Aspen web builder page you can link to from those menu links, and people do crazy creative stuff with web builder all the time. So anything you're doing with that works too. Also, if you're in marketing, I have examples of like branded LiDAs that were just like, the marketing was super hot fire. It was really good. So I can show you this too, if you're interested. Oh, we're out of time. Okay.
All right, so thank you very much for listening and engaging with the Aspen LiDA panel. And that concludes this session. And we're going to move on to the next session, which is a lightning talk about creating a trades catalog. So let's get a round of applause. Yeah. Hello, everyone.
My name is Kelly. I'm a systems librarian at McKinney Library in Texas. Today, I want to talk to you guys about our very special second instance of our Aspen catalog, which is our kids catalog. So why in the first place do we want to have a kids catalog? And there's a couple different reasons. One is safety and security. Hear me now? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Good thing we just got started. Okay, so the first reason would be safety and security. So that's making sure that the OPACs that live in our kids area are displaying curated content for them that is safe and appropriate for them and nothing adult or something they don't need to see. Another is proximity, so that the OPACs in our kids zone can stay confined in that area and really define their space for them so they don't get lost running around the library looking for something that they don't need to be looking for. The last is accessibility. So that's so that they can access this from home. So they can get to our catalog search from home, as well as any specific kids content that we want to share through that catalog. So the first thing we did was we set some restrictions. So every morning our OPACs in our kids area will boot up automatically into kiosk mode so that they don't go anywhere outside of our OPAC. We have configured whitelists features. So we actually use group policy management to remotely control the URLs and restrict them so that they're not getting out into the internet somewhere that they don't need to be. Lastly, we limited any adult materials that they don't need access to. So that's not just the content that we're carrying over from our main catalog, as in like item records and stuff like that, but also nav links and more technical difficulties. Sorry, Zoom folks. All right, sorry, Zoom folks, we're back. I was just talking about setting up some restrictions for our catalog. We're gonna move on to organization. So we're pretty reliant on the inherent organization that's happening in Aspen already for our kids catalog. You'll see here we have it set in suggestion mode for the gallery mode because kids respond more to the images of the actual book covers rather than any publication details like title or author or anything like that. They're responding more to the visual. We use our browse categories to heavily organize and reflect how it's working in our physical stacks in the library. So we've got probably about 5 major categories of kids books. It'll be juvenile nonfiction, juvenile fiction, easy readers, mid-grade, and picture books. So you'll see those up in the major browse categories, but where we can't actually organize physically in a library, any subgenres or reading recs or anything like that, we've got those in our subcategories in our browse categories. We really appreciate the ease of use of Aspen for Kids. They're responding really well to the visual cues that you get from this quick view of the galleries. They're learning the difference between on the shelf, available at another location, not available if they need to put something on hold. We are also the aforementioned library that is now 100% digital library cards, so we're really reliant on the Aspen LiDA app. And since these cues carry over to that too, we're seeing a lot more kids empowered to use the app as well. And some even teaching their parents how to do that. So this is an example of our group work display, which you can also edit in the back end of Aspen. It uses a process called verbalization to group titles. So titles of different media types we group together. Also, we will organize based on series. So order of series, which has helped our staff tremendously in book recs and figuring out what they need to access next. And you can, like I said, you can follow that breadcrumb up on the screen to access that to edit it. We're also really reliant on lists, and we're using them specifically as placards and spotlights, collection spotlights, I think they're called, within the search itself, so that they can use certain keywords to find these things easier. We're also using them to bolster events around the libraries and stuff going on. So this is an example we started last year. It was super successful, so we brought it back. It's called Reading with My Peeps. And it's basically, we printed out a bunch of these little peeps and hid them in the kids zone in the library. But the last one that they need to find is actually in the catalog itself. So they have to use certain keywords in order to hunt that down. And it's just been a fun little training thing for them to figure out how to use keyword searches. Also the design. So I'm gonna show off our little GIF header here. If anyone's curious on more about this, it's kind of a CSS hack. But basically, it just uses a Canva design. We access that through GitHub, and then a little bit of CSS in the Aspen themes, which I can walk anyone through if they're interested. Also in the menu here, you'll see we watered it down quite a bit from our adult catalog. So we're really only giving them access to calendar of events, our custom gaming page, as well as our Beanstalk reading challenges. That's all that's linked out. Everything that's linked out here is also going to come back to the kids catalog. So if they were to access that gaming page from home, they can also access the catalog from that page. At the same time, our 4 kids gaming computers in the kids zone can also be extra OPEX if you need them on a busy day. So how would we set this up? You can follow the breadcrumbs to add a new system. So basically, once you've added a new system in Aspen, all you'll do then is assign it a subdomain, a base URL, a display name. Then if you have a custom domain, you're going to point your A records to the IP of your catalog. If you are hosted on Aspen, then you'll connect with them on getting that set up. After that, you're just going to configure your catalog settings. So Aspen has a tool that you can compare and batch update from your past catalog and carry it on. So we've used that too. Just figuring out what you want to leave behind and what you want to carry over. And then comes the customization. So that's any kind of fun stuff you want to do with browse categories, menu links, CSS themes, all of that. Last but not least, you're going to scope your collections. So you'll do that using regex codes in the back end. You'll just bring over any codes for your kids' items. Same thing with you have e-content. So Cloud Library, Hoopla, whatever you're using, there's an option to import things over and just click on kids' items only. So how has this worked so far? It's been a lot less confusion in our kids area. Before, where they were accidentally getting call numbers for adult items, they were wandering around getting lost in the library. Now they're much more confined to their own little space and much more confident in it. Their questions are changing a lot from, do you have this item, to, I know you have this item, I just can't find it. Can you go look in the back room? Stuff like that. So we're seeing a lot more empowerment in the kids there. More meaningful interactions with lists and categories, and a lot easier staff recs for us, using the more like this carousel within the results. You'll see some of these stats here. These are comparison between both of our catalogs. It's a very small but mighty niche that we got. So about 14% of all views were in the kids catalog. About 18% of the group work searches were in the kids catalog. About 9% of authenticated users were in the kids catalog. So we're hoping we can grow out this niche more in the future and cater to them even better. And yep, that's about it. So if you guys have any questions, you can scan that to email or Slack me. I've also linked my Aspen Weekly article that will outline if you want to follow along the steps on setting up your own. Feel free to poke around our Aspen pages as well. Those are linked there as well. Any questions?
Now, it's time for Bob and Ben from Colorado Library Consortium to tell us about discovery for prison patrons.
All right, let's keep going. Yes, this is Discovery for prison patrons. We're gonna talk a little bit about different environment that the prisons create for discovery. And some of the basic Aspen tools we use to customize to meet those needs. And then the customizations for that are a little more unique to prison, that are a little bit outside the normal. So just a little bit about AspenCat. It's a Colorado based consortia using Koha and Aspen Discovery. It mixes public school, academic, special, and these prison libraries. There's 159 branches total and lots of different setups. The prisons are actually that and one mental health library are all on a separate server for security reasons. So we're actually maintaining two different instances of both Aspen and Koha. So this is just a quote that we pulled off the Colorado Department of Education website. Everyone deserves a great library, especially those who face significant barriers to service. And one of the things I can say, we'll get into a little bit more, that's pretty remarkable about what we do with the state system here in Colorado is, particularly after talking to other, both not municipal, but county, but also other states, we're really striving to provide a lot more access to materials and more of a normal library experience for those patrons in Colorado. So yeah, like I mentioned, 23 different branches, and then mental health library migrated this over in spring of 2022. Here's one example of one of our prison complexes, and I've given a couple of variations of this. This is more focused on discovery, but bear with me if you've heard the story before. But as I was showing up to do the training at this facility in Buena Vista, which is a bit of a drive away from the Denver area, there's the regular side and then the minimum security side. And I showed up at the minimum security side completely unaware that I could be showing up at the wrong entrance. And I went up and there's a big gate, big tower with a guard in it looking at me. Can't really, high enough you can't really hear what they would say, they're behind glass. He just opens up the gate, it slowly opens. All right, I walk ahead, another gate opens. I think there was 3 or 4 gates, and I was walking towards, not just towards where people are incarcerated, and with no look around, nobody, no familiar faces. I went, I am not in the right place. Of course, you cannot bring a cell phone, so I couldn't just call and say like, hey, here's where I am, because those have to be approved. So I turn around and go, I sure do hope that they hit the button to open these gates again without a whole lot of hassle. But yeah, they did let me out, and I just ended up, the only consequence was I was just pretty late for the training. But that just kind of paints a little bit of a picture of the different world that you're dealing with here and some of the things you have to think about. So talking a little bit about the environment for discovery in particular is having some sort of OPAC or a discovery layer is definitely not, I've not found it to be the norm. Giving access where patrons can place their own holds and browse the catalog is not typical. That's not to say everybody has that access in the prison system. So some of there's one location that's higher security, and they do not get access to the OPAC. So So that's quite a bit different, and then that leads to them having. Now, like in theory, you could bring that to a cell potentially, but the internet doesn't go there. So the theory might be good, but in practice, they have a printed catalog that they can then look through. So that is very analog. But really, for the majority of these libraries, they have a fairly similar experience to any public patron or school patron or academic patron walking in. And the women's prison in Denver that I also visited, you would definitely, if you did not look at the window and see like bars on there, you would definitely think you were just in any normal public library. And it functions like that. People listening, watching DVDs on a player, on the OPAC, looking on the Discovery layer, looking up stuff, and just interacting with the staff that are there, which are also mostly incarcerated. Oh, yeah. Go for it.
So yeah, so we use a bunch of the basic functions of the discovery layer, and I think that really helps them kind of, like Bob was saying, like have kind of unprecedented access to the catalog. And so there's kind of the basic improved searching, custom browse categories, custom forms, Spanish translations. They're all fairly common, but I'm still going to kind of cover those to show. Just like the better results we get, like you get better grouping where all the books, like all the different editions of a book come together better. It's just a lot cleaner and a lot nicer to use than like if we were using a standard like ILS system to look through and find items. And both patrons and staff can use that.
One of the things I'll just insert there is the libraries before they migrated were all on the same system, but it was siloed. So when we put that all together, there's just lots of individual records, and what the you can fix that through cataloging, but it's a lot nicer when you don't have to do that right away. The discovery layer through record grouping can clean up that mess, and you don't have pages of results, but even if that were cleaner, the relevancy is so much better on that Aspen search.
And RES categories, being able to set up things that are very specific to their branches that a normal library wouldn't necessarily have a separate urban fiction category, but are super popular. Forms, which is another thing that I feel like is wildly unheard of, where like a patron, an inmate can write a question directly to the Colorado State Library, like from their library experience.
And in this case, because we could put the text up, we could just literally say, you are asking Molly, that is who you're getting. You will get a response from Molly when she gets back to you.
And then this is something I came up with. It's just a super simple thing. That's because we can use GIFs as headers. I created a simple GIF that kind of has explanations and can be like a quick way to give like a brief tutorial or kind of supplement tutorials and trainings, and just like being able to have text that animates and having different information in there. It's kind of a custom thing we did for them that I think is handy and maybe not typical. And something like this could be used to like advertise a new function, which it is in this case, that like we are adding the ability for them to share between their different locations. And so this is kind of hey, to request things, you're gonna have to place holds. What's a hold? And this kind of like very simple thing is to kind of like teach that to them in a kind of non-intrusive way.
So some of the most unique customizations we've had to do have to do with security. And there's a lot of interesting reasons for that, that maybe you go, oh, well, yes, of course there needs to be security, but you really have to think through a lot of issues. So one of the first things we knew we had to do was hide all location information for items. Why would that be important? Well, if you know where something's coming from and you can request that thing, it becomes a potential vehicle for communication. Because you can put something in it, whether it be a note or contraband, all sorts of things like that. So that was the first thing that we scrubbed. The next thing that we didn't think of right away was when you go to create a list, there is a free text option for you to name what your list is. Well, we had to remove that after it was discovered that there were messages being sent to the outside. Now, having reviewed some of the messages, most of them were fairly innocuous and some interesting, basically love letters and things like that, where the person on the outside was able to log in with those credentials and then type back their message into that description. So we were able to remove that, and then we've also added IP restrictions so that, for example, every time Ben's home IP address changes, he can no longer work on Aspen until we get that IP switched out. So now it's much more locked down. We still have those lists turned off because, as you might imagine, the prison system has its own bureaucracy and a technology department, and eventually one day, hopefully they'll review our security measures and we can give back that list functionality. It's all ready to go. It's just a matter of when they can get a chance to look at it. Another thing that's interesting is patrons controlling their own passwords. And that did kind of lead a little bit, that's part of the problem that led to the oops that happened. But that is, I think that's a nice way for them to really have the ability to not just have to ask staff, who in some cases are, like I mentioned earlier, fellow inmates, and there could be some privacy concerns with that. As you know, as wonderful as all the clerks I've met have been, they have not been probably fully briefed on the ALA code of ethics and privacy and things like that. So them being able to have that control, which is great. And then their whole account moves with them because there's a lot of movement between prisons in a way that is pretty interesting to me, where there's some algorithm that accounts for all sorts of factors. And then one day somebody just gets, okay, you're moving from this facility to that facility. And so that happens. So we take care of all that stuff on the Koha side, but then their account moves with them in Aspen as well. Some other security concerns. I mentioned this, the printed catalog and only getting delivery service versus actually going and picking up those holds. We also are able to use logs in Koha that will tell us where a transaction originated from, and whether it's this particular staff or clerk account did this, or it was actually a request made via Aspen, which is pretty helpful in determining when something is amiss or somebody is actually wanting something. Because a really hilarious prank is to put holds on embarrassing titles so that the person comes and has to, answer for these things they've so-called requested. So this gives us a level of accountability there. And we also have protective custody, which in Koha is just this shadow branch, and patrons are moved into that and which essentially hides them from being seen by the other clerks. But they're still able to utilize Aspen in that. So some upcoming projects. I did a couple of not great things to the Aspen team at Bywater. The first thing I did was right before the week, last week, right before this conference, when they're all getting ready to prepare, I updated a ticket and said, hey, any word on what's going on with the calendar? Did not expect a response. So then I compounded that by just not that long ago in the back of the room being like, so what's going on with that? When are we doing that? So I have words that we are going to talk about it at some point. So, but the idea there is that will just give some more options for the libraries to do various things with that calendar. Another thing that Aspen will play a part in will be the statewide IOL integration. Not only that, I didn't put this on here, but we haven't even fully turned on resource sharing yet. We've just been piloting that between the prison libraries, but there's a whole another thing where we'll be doing a statewide ILL integration that goes out to a whole different product called InReach that we'll be connecting to with Aspen, and patrons will have to use that. So we've already done this with some of our other libraries, so we've kind of got that set up. But as I think I've indicated in this presentation, there's always extra stuff to consider when we're talking about the prison libraries. So and then finally, before we get into some questions, any work that we do with this, I really hope that we are creating a roadmap for other prison libraries to be able to do some of the cool things we're doing and give some of the access that we're giving our Colorado patrons. And this wasn't something that was a real passion of mine prior to visiting those prisons and getting to see that, but it's so easy to when somebody's been incarcerated to forget about them, not even think about them, or to look down upon them. But these are people that will, in most cases, be our neighbors and be where we are, and they are important. And learning how to use a library in a similar way as they can when they are out in the regular world, I think is a critical skill that will hopefully be one of the factors that allows them to avoid any sort of recidivism or things like that. So, but even for those that do wind up incarcerated again, it's just a huge passion of mine now that we treat them with as much humanity as possible and give them something meaningful in a place that is, it's kind of a bleak, not pleasant existence to live in a cell day after day. So I'm hoping that some of the things that we're doing here in Colorado open up things all over. And as there are people from all over in this room and online, there are potential opportunities to talk to the prisons in your area and partner and try to figure out ways to make these, in this case, open source solutions, but make things a little bit more improved for those people. Finally, we have emails. You can definitely feel free to contact us. We'd love to take your questions. If I said anything out of turn, we have representatives from our institutional library development that work with the prisons and work with us And so they can have some more insight, but we'd love to hear what questions you have. This will give you all a wonderful time to formulate your questions.
Sure, I guess I was just gonna ask kind of like the money and staff resource question based on that these are state-run prisons and you guys are working for, I guess, a library and state agency. So how did this, I guess, initiative come about, and was it something that either the prisons or the state were kind of putting some money towards your role in supporting this?
Yeah, so there's a few things to unpack there. So Ben and I work for a nonprofit that receives state funding to basically provide a variety of library services. Then there is our state library, in which has this this group of librarians that help with various types of institutions, the largest being the prisons. And how this came about was, it was years in the making. And the previous person that was in charge and I were, she had initially contacted me because they wanted to, they were all siloed and they were thinking about using the same software, but she was just curious what a good process would be to kind of merge that all. So they were no longer, they were still using what they were using before, but it was all on one, you know, you could see the other branches, that sort of thing. It was a true consortium versus just a bunch of individual instances. And at some point I went, you know what, maybe we could just use Koha, use Aspen, and that might work for you too. And I bet you we could save a bunch of money from what you're paying a vendor, because one of the things we do at our nonprofit is we try to subsidize the costs to make things as affordable as possible, because most of our other libraries are smaller and rural. So we figured we could probably charge a lot less, particularly since open source tends to be a little bit more affordable, but very robust. We could figure out a way to make that work. So we had that initial discussion, and then a year and a half went by, something like that. And we finally started to talk about it and try to figure out where all the pitfalls might be and try to figure that out. And then we got the green light, and then we did a pretty lengthy migration process to get it all done. So there's a lot of history behind how we got there, but it just really started with a pretty casual conversation, like, hey, maybe we could give you more tools and save you some money. And that's, people tend to like to hear that. So that was a good place to start.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to think about how, every state is so different. How they organize this help.
And that's true. Yeah. A lot of states have a wholly different setup, so it wouldn't be necessarily possible to recreate the exact thing we're doing. But one of my hopes is, at least if we show it can be done, and we start to develop some of the software in a way that it's more useful, then maybe that will shine a light. Because I can assure you right now, there's no ILS or discovery layer or OPAC that is designed for the prison environment. That does not exist. So we're hoping that open source with its flexibility can start to change that and be a go-to destination for those types of libraries.
Yeah. Hey, we have a question from the live stream. This is Christine Lee at Pasco. Do you share access to digital content as well to new patrons?
I would look at Aaron. I don't think we're really doing that. I think that gets a bit complicated. That is something that one of the things I love about what our institutional librarians are doing is they're always pushing for more access to things, but yeah, that is not currently something we're doing. Good question though.
Could you expand on, what was it, protective custody? What exactly does that do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not the best person to expand on that, but there are a variety of reasons where somebody would be put in a particular unit, so they are away from other prisoners and have it's just a different level of security. We also do a non-protective custody thing where if somebody's like, might be in the infirmary, we put them in another kind of shadow branch thing. It's the same type of thing. So it's basically, they're somewhere else. They might be in the same facility, but they might be in a particular unit, or they might they might be somewhere else where they have a different situation that we want to keep that less, we want to keep that under wraps. And there's a whole list of reasons why that might be. And so we kind of just move them around. And the way we do that is we get a daily file with all the updates of where somebody is. And that then puts them in the right place. And so that updates at Koha every day, and then thus updating to Aspen. So that kind of manages things. Before we did that, the poor librarians at these facilities were having to basically check a different system to see where they were. Because they might have a hold that was ready to pick up or be delivered, and then that person is in a completely different facility. So there was a ton of time wasted. It was super inefficient. So that is, with that daily update, that's been streamlined a lot better. So people can kind of go from a protective unit to not in a pretty seamless way, and it's fairly accurate.
What's their like patron account go? Follow them around.
Yeah, and like Ben was saying, the patron account just follows with them. So the other thing they were having to do when it was siloed is they would have to sign up for a new account, do a new service agreement every single time that that they went to a different facility. Now that account follows them. And we actually do a thing on the back end where if they place holds, we run a report in Koha and can see that the location is mismatched from where that patron's is, what facility they are in, and where that hold was requested. And then we just fix that on the back end. So that'll just show up for them when they're at their new facility, and they'll have to replace that.
Any other questions? None for now. So thanks again, Bob and Ben.
Thank you.
So it's break time now. I have it on very good authority that there are snacks at the back of the room. And if you need water, you might just need to pop out there, the water dispenser outside the door on my right. And we'll start again at 3:30.
Yeah. I got this turn on. Yeah. Thing.
Oh, I see. I know it sounds like a long day, but it actually means it's a long version of day one. So thanks.
Yeah, we did it for us. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you get out. Yes. Wow. I need that. Yeah. That's like mine. It's very, very I've always been curious to go. You know, it's not in my area, especially. Who else does that? Yeah, oh, yeah. I would love to go one day. That's awesome. That's so what would it Yeah, we'll probably all just all start of it tomorrow. So yeah, that's each other. Are you staying fine? Oh, you're fine. Wow. Okay. Oh, they. Yeah, it takes 2 hours, yeah, they've got instruction. They've got. So basically, grab a mic. It takes a while. But that's the only show in town. Yes. Looking at the train. That happened to me in Chicago for ALAs. And a colleague who went at the same time. Download it, so great. I appreciate that.
The actual slides themselves, they usually put a slideshow. There we go. Will that do it for the mobile?
Do you have speaker notes, right?
No, I don't.
This.
Sure.
Just
So it looks well, it's sometimes they vary that.
Oh, hi everyone, we are back from the break. Before we introduce the next speaker, I want to remind everyone that's here in person, A, to go check out the snacks in the back, and then B, do sign up for the dine around tonight. I've been told that the People Mountain option is full, but everything else is still has slots available. So do take a look at those dine arounds, it'll be fun. Humorous also, the snow isn't gonna start till later, so we should be able to get a nice meal in together. And our next speaker is Linda Cromer from Martin Luther College.
Hi, my name is Linda Cromer. You see Kramer, I say Cromer, but we'll answer to Kramer too. The presentation that I have titled "The Best of Both Worlds: Using Aspen Discovery in an Academic Library within a Public Library Consortium." I was hoping there would be a prize for the longest title, because I think I might have gotten it. And I work at Martin Luther College in New Ulm, Minnesota. So New Ulm, Minnesota, I'm going to tell you 1, 2, 3 things about New Ulm. So number one, we are the home of Wanda Gog, who is the illustrator, author of Millions of Cats. Anybody know Millions of Cats? So it's kind of considered to be the first modern picture book. It's been continuously published, and it just went into the public domain. So if you come to New Ulm, you can visit Wanda Gog's house. Number two, we are the home of the second oldest family-owned brewery in the United States. And before you get too excited about that, so it's called Shell's Brewery, and it is actually, according to Wikipedia, 13 years older than Coors Brewery here in Colton. And number three, Herman Monument, or as we call him, Herman the German, is the third tallest copper statue in the United States. And so you can come to New Ulm and visit 1, 2, 3 really cool and interesting things. And fun fact, I can see Herman out the window of my library. So the region where my library is in South Central Minnesota. How many of you have visited Minnesota? Some, but not all. So South Central Minnesota is home of the Jolly Green Giant. The statue is in Blue Earth, and we have a consortium library in Blue Earth. And then there's a big billboard on Highway 169 near Leesore, which is also in our consortium. And then if you're a Little House on the Prairie fan, New Ulm is located almost halfway between Sleepy Eye and Mankato, those towns where Pa always went to get supplies from. Our consortium is called the Traverse des Sioux Library Consortium. And there in the purple, or the kind of maroon in the bottom middle, that's where our consortium is within the state. And there it is a little more up close. The yellow star is where our library is in New Ulm. And I live way up in the top in Sibley County. In our consortium, we have 38 public libraries. So it's about 20 systems within the different 9-county area. Some of them have branch libraries, some don't. The system structure is what we call in Minnesota a federated structure. So it's not top-down with decisions made for most things at the consortium level. The consortium takes care of things like our delivery, our automation, and centralized cataloging. But the hiring, the buildings, the collections are all done locally in each of the different libraries. So some of the things we have to make shared decisions for, like when we migrated to a new catalog, that's a shared decision. But then other things are done autonomously. So which products to purchase and things like that. We have a huge amount of sharing going on. Most of our libraries get delivery that goes through the Mankato office, and most get delivery 5 days a week. And at Martin Luther College, we're a net blender. Some years it's 3 to 1, some years it's 5 to 1 or more of our items going out to the public library patrons. The consortium subscribes to Overdrive, Creative Bug, and Mango Languages. And then some of the libraries, the public libraries, subscribe to things like Hoopla or Ancestry or some of their own different subscriptions. And then there's us. So we have this region with 38 public libraries on the ILS. And then there's Martin Luther College, the one lone academic library. So we're a very small college. We have about 600 students. All of our students are training for ministry in the Lutheran Church. About 2/3 of them are studying to be teachers. The other third are either in a pre-seminary program or looking to serve some other role in the church. We have 5 librarians and about 20 student library workers who help us out. And we have a collection of about 165,000 items. We are strong in the areas of theology and education, obviously. We have about 25,000 children's items. And then we also have good collections in literature and history. So within the consortium, with us being the only academic library with these public library, our 165,000 item collection is the largest in the consortium. So we have almost 20% of the items in the consortium. And then below, the second one below ours is the New Ulm Public Library collection, which is then the 3rd largest in the consortium. So people in New Ulm or anywhere in the consortium actually can bring their public library cards into our library, and they'll work just like they would at the public libraries. Our students can take their student IDs, which serve as their library cards, to any of the libraries in the consortium and pick up those materials in person or have them brought in during holds. So we do a lot of that sharing, and the people who live in New Ulm really have access to 2 of the best collections in the region. So because we're the only academic in this consortium of 38 public libraries, and we do meet, the directors meet every other month at least to make some of the shared decisions, talk about things that are happening in the consortium. A lot of times I kind of raise my hand and go, but we're special. We've got some needs you guys don't have. So what are those special needs that we have that the public libraries don't have? We're using the EBSCO Discovery system. Public libraries do have access to a number of databases that are provided by the state of Minnesota, but we have more, and we are using EBSCO Discovery as the discovery system we were using prior to using Aspen Discovery. We have ebook collections not only from Overdrive, but from another number of different vendors. We do displays that are oriented to a specific topics that professors want and want those, the titles that are included in some of those displays to be available to their students later on. We do our own cataloging. So the TDS office does centralized cataloging for all of the public libraries in the consortium, but we have our own OCLC subscription. So we do the cataloging and create our own web records. If there is an item that the public libraries have, that TDS has already cataloged for the public libraries, we'll add our item onto theirs and vice versa. So it just depends on who gets to it first, who does that cataloging. We have a kind of a dual login structure depending on which resources people are accessing through the library. We have a building that is quite large for the size of our school, and it's 2 stories and it's broken up and it's kind of complicated and people tend to have a hard time finding things sometimes. We have a sprawling website that was in place before I came on board 10 years ago, and it's unwieldy, and we've been looking for options of how to make that better and more useful. And as far as the technology goes and Aspen goes, I kind of want to do all the things. So a lot of our public libraries are very small. They're maybe only open 20 to 25 hours a week. Maybe they have one person, you know, sometimes it's a person who's not as familiar with computers and they're just keeping the doors of the library open. They don't have a lot of time to be doing back-end work on anything because they're working with patrons while they're on the desk. And so we have the ability with our larger staff to be able to dig into the product like Aspen and make those decisions, see how we can set it up to make it work the best for us. So we were ready to migrate. We were on Sierra, and about 2 years ago, we started talking about migrating and what were our options going to be. And the decision was made that we would go to Evergreen, supported by Equinox. And we were on a timeline to migrate a year ago, so March of 2023. And as we were looking at Evergreen, the system office, the technology people were pretty happy with Evergreen. And we were looking at the catalog, the front-facing part of it. And I thought, well, you know, it's okay. It's probably better than some of the past catalogs we've had. But is there anything else? And so Seth, who is our tech guy at TDS, one day just threw out, you know, guys, I found this other catalog and it's called Aspen. Maybe take a look at it and see what you think. And I tell you what, I took a look at it and I became a cheerleader for Aspen right away. So I saw all of these different things that we possibly could do. And one of the ways I did that was by scouring every single Aspen site I could find. And so I have a spreadsheet of about 100, and there's probably more that I missed, 100 libraries. You can kind of see it there where, you know, if that happened to be your library, that the green was like, I thought that was really good. And then there were other things where it's like, oh, man, I see how that works, but maybe we could do that differently. Or, oh, what's this? And how does that work? Did any of you have those things as you were looking toward doing Aspen? Like seeing some of those different options that were available that maybe weren't available in any of the other products that you looked at. So what did we like about Aspen? It works with Evergreen. First and foremost, it has to work with your ILS, right? It was visually pleasing. You took a look at it and it just seemed to work. Customizable. We had catalogs that we were not able to easily separate our items out from the public library things. And while it's great that our students and our faculty have access to all of those public library items, they didn't need to see a list of 15 things that were at 15 different libraries that weren't ours. every time they looked up something in the catalog. So there was a benefit to that. And the grouped works just kind of cleaned up that look and that ability to see our items, but also what's available elsewhere. Not only is our consortium a proponent of open source things, but our college is as well. So that was a plus that it was open source. It could integrate with Overdrive, so that was a plus. The EBSCO Discovery integration, when I found a library that was using that, that was a big plus for me. And then also StackMap, and I'll speak about those a little bit later. So what solutions did Aspen provide for us as we were going to work with Evergreen and we were migrating so then to a new ILS and also the new cataloger discovery system with it? So EBSCO Discovery Service, as I said, we have these statewide databases, and then we have other databases that we subscribe to. And then some of our electronic journal subscriptions are also included in EDS. So that was really a nice thing that we could put that API together and have EDS work with Aspen. And also Overdrive and StackMap. So we're using the API for 3 different products. And when you see the way that things are listed then, if we happen to have something in Overdrive and EBSCO eBooks, the words make sense. It tells you what to expect. Check this out from Overdrive or Libby. MLC users online access. And those things that are only ours that we subscribe to only show up in our instance of the catalog. So that scoping was really, really important to us. So when we search the EBSCO Discovery API, we're using that in articles and databases search capability. And then we do the search and we have those facets available right away, the peer reviewed and the full text that are very important for our students to be able to get those. You know, faculty will say use a peer reviewed source. And if it's hard to figure out how to narrow that down, that's a barrier for our students. And the results come up, and then once you click through into the article, then you're into the native EDS interface. So we're kind of using a discovery layer on top of a discovery layer. For now, that's working for us. We'll see in the future if there are different ways around that. The sideload solution has been huge for us. So we have EBSCO eBooks, most of which are in a DDA access model. And then we have some kind of legacy ebook collections that were on board when I came 10 years ago, and were not getting used at all because they just weren't findable. If you didn't know to go to the library website, which I've already said was big and clunky, and then go in and find the page that shows you the ebook sources, and then try to figure out, well, this one might have some history books. Oh, look, there's 5 history books. Well, they're not gonna be useful to me. So we can sideload in Cambridge, Gale, Infobase, Oxford, Salem, and EBSCO. We have all of these sideloads going, and people can actually find the ebooks that we're using, that we have available to them now. So even if we're not currently adding to those collections, people can find them. And is that working? Is it helping? Well, the blue was April through January, a year prior to us going online with Aspen, and then the same period in the years since we've gone on to Aspen. Can we chalk all of the stats up to Aspen use? Probably not all. You know, since COVID, we've become a little more accustomed to using digital resources, even in our very slow moving situation that we're in at our college. But is findability important, that people can just go to the catalog and find that there's an ebook thing, access possibility available? Yes, so I think those statistics are great, and I'm really excited to see that the things that we're paying for are actually getting used. Does anybody else think that's important in their libraries? Yeah. We're using the browse categories for the things that probably a lot of you are using the browse categories for, the new items, the hot items, things like that. But as I mentioned before, we have faculty who are asking us to do things that specifically relate to the curriculum that we're teaching. So the one I have up on the screen there is showing some things that children's literature professors, early childhood professors want their students to be able to find. And they have these long lists of books. Well, you know, if you don't have the list on you, how do you do it? Well, you can go to the catalog now and look for those specific topics, and there they are right there in front of you. We also have our student workers do weekly book displays. They rotate throughout the semester. They can choose any topic they want. And again, the faculty said, You know, I remember somebody did this really great display on Women's History Month last year, but there was a good book in there. I can't remember what it was. We were putting those into like a Google site. It was really clunky, time consuming, hard to teach all the student workers how to do it. Now they just add those books to a list. I pulled the list into the browse category and there we go. We've got them preserved by the year, by the topic that they had. So super easy and also useful. I don't know what I'll do if I get like 15 years worth in here and, you know, I've got column after column after column. We'll have to talk about management, I guess, down the road. For now, it's just fun. We're using the in-library website in a few different ways. We do have the library website indexed through the in-library website search, and it's a better search than our native search is in the WordPress instance that we have for our official library website. We also have indexed our MLC history page in there. So they both come up under in-library website, you know, something down the road. I'm wondering, can we split those into 2 separate searches? Maybe that's a development thing, or I'd love to talk to somebody about that. So something really fun that I can do with this is look up a person's name. And if they show up in one of our past yearbooks that were indexed in the history page, I can get to that person's yearbook photo. So here's my mom. So she was an alumna of our school many years ago, and I can find her in our library catalog, and I just think that's really, really cool. The scoped control was probably the biggest feature that made a difference for us. Because I said some of these libraries are very small, so they're working a lot of times with the out-of-the-box kind of branded things that Seth and the Equinox people helped them set up. And that's good. They said, you know, what menu items do you want? Go for it. And then they've left it the same. And I'm in the back end just changing anything I can change. So once in a while, there's something where Seth doesn't give me control and I have to ask him because it might affect everybody in the consortium. You know, some of those translation mode things, unless there's a way that I can do it just to mind, let me know. But the ability to scope not only the branding, the colors, the fonts, the menu items, the icons that go with the menu items, the facets, all of those things I can make work for my students in my instance, because what we have need for, and as those of you in mixed library consortiums know, we have needs in the academic libraries for different things than the public libraries have. And Aspen has allowed us this control over making it really, really useful for us. Down to the things like the sign-in page. So in our last catalog, as I recall, you would set up a password and it had to be letters and numbers, but you couldn't use a capital letter. And then when you got to the sign-in page, it asked you to input your PIN. Totally confused to patrons. So now we're using, for our students and our faculty and staff, they don't have what we call a library card, but they have their MLC ID. So we can put on that sign-in page, put your ID barcode number, or if you're from the public library, then your TDS library card number. And then what's your password? And then I can have that information with that link to the sign-in help there, because some of our databases require different login information. I can have that all there in front of them so that if they're not comfortable talking to a scary librarian, even though we assure them that librarians are usually generally friendly and helpful, maybe they don't want to talk to even their peers at the student desk, that they can get some self-service help. And I can put that help right there in front of them, whether it's looking at it on their phone, on their desktop computer from their dorm room, or wherever it is they are. Another thing that's really, really, really been good for us is being able to help our students find things in the library on their own. And this was one of those aha moments. I can't remember which library it was. I'm looking at these 100 different Aspen sites, and all of a sudden I see a button and it says mapped. And I said, what is this? What? It gives you a map of the library and shows you where the thing is. So we contacted the staff map people, and we were pretty late in the game by the time we figured out that this was something we were really interested in. We thought it could work. We thought, is it going to be priced out of our ballpark? No, it wasn't. It was affordable to us. Are we gonna be able to get it up and running in time? Well, I think we gave them about 2 months lead time from the time we started talking, and we had it up and running about 2 weeks after we went live. And what we've really appreciated about Stack Map is our students, again, can use the self-service option. But the Stack Map people have been great and they helped us get it set up. They turned it over to us, taught us how to do it on our own. But if we have trouble, they'll help us get things fixed, figure out what's going on. So we've kind of got this independence, but again, the support to back it up, which we really appreciate. And then, so what else did we do with Stack Map? So when you look at Stack Map, you put in that map button, it'll show you where in the library it is. Now, some of our students have asked if it could show us, which section of the shelf it's on. Sorry, you gotta, use your brain a little bit, you're in college. But we're using the Library of Congress cataloging system. Many of our students grew up without a school library at all. As we know, school libraries are not increasing in most areas. If they used a public library or a school library, it was probably in the Dewey Decimal System. So now they're coming to this big confusing library, and then we throw LC at them. And not only just LC, but our children's collection is in LC. And we have about 15 rows of PZ7s. So it's really kind of confusing. So can we help people get started? So when we put in the directions alongside the map, you see lower level, stacks, row 20B, and then you see the call number. So then we redid all of our end cap signage in the library to match exactly what it is. So we still show the call number and the topic that's in that row. But then on the bottom, we've got that map it button, so they can recognize that from where they saw it in the catalog. And then we match that language exactly. Map it, lower level, stacks, 20B. So now, instead of giving them a needle in a haystack, we've got them to, is it the top of the haystack or the bottom or the side? Which part of the haystack do I need to look at? And they can be much more confident that they're ending up where they are. It maybe makes more logical sense. Oh yeah, that's upstairs, that's downstairs. Row 14 is gonna be before row 15. We can help them out in that way. And our students have been using it and telling us that they really like using it. One of the newer pieces we're using is Web Builder. Like I said, our website is very sprawling right now. What can we do? We're hoping to move our entire website in a simplified format so that it's not as terrible to use into Web Builder. At first, Web Builder made no sense to me, and then I've watched a webinar that mentioned the basic pages and the custom pages, and then it all made sense, and it's fantastic. So there's still some things like, could we make those drop-down accordions bigger or bolder? I don't know CSS, so when you guys put CSS out, I'm stealing almost all of it, and I really, really appreciate it. So if anybody, has ideas for things like that, or I will maybe need to make the investment in learning CSS to do some of these things ourselves. For placards, we're using things that have not been found much in the past, or helping our students search the catalog for things. For instance, our children's literature professor does a unit every semester on multicultural children's books. And he'll tell the students, here's how you search for multicultural children's books. You do not search the catalog for multicultural children's books. You put in African-American children's books or something like that. He tells them exactly how to do it. And then they come to us and they say, I searched for multicultural children's books and I couldn't find anything. Well, now we have a placard that says, here are some suggested searches. So when they type in multicultural children's books, we give them some ideas. And of course, we're always willing to help them, but it's lessened the number of things. We also have a placard if they search for Colleen Hoover or one of the other, latest and greatest authors. We say, you know what, we don't have that here, but go down to the public library or order that item in from the public library. So we're trying to use those placards. We're not advertising events or different ways that some other libraries might be using them. We're trying to make our things, again, more findable or helping our patrons to search in a better way for the things that we have. Cover uploads, again, we're using those somewhat for cover uploads of books, but we have a huge curriculum room that's supporting these pre-teaching students. And they often need to use things like math manipulatives. And if they're searching for math manipulatives and they see something like unifix cubes, and you're a freshman in college and you don't have any idea what a unifix cube is, we can take a picture of the actual item and then put that in as a cover upload so we can help our students to find things. So this is a project that our student workers will be taking on this spring and summer to take pictures of the things in our curriculum room and make them more useful to their peers. We just kind of latched onto the view and download PDF option. We have this one particular journal that we hold the copyright to. There are links to it again on our clunky old website so people can get to the actual content, as well as having the bound periodical version downstairs. So we can upload these as PDF versions and then people search the catalog and they can choose to go downstairs to the print version or use the PDF right from Aspen. So that's a lot about us, like, right? We're special and how are we making Aspen work for us? But let's go back to that consortium piece because we have these partners in these 9 counties around us. And this is probably the best thing about Aspen. Someone searches for an item and it shows all of their options. We use plain language so they can see if it's checked out and available elsewhere, it says checked out, available elsewhere. So we've got all these things that make sense, right? So if you're timid about using the library, if you've not used the library a lot in the past, what are these things that can help you? So checked out, it's not available, but look, there is one that you can get to as an MLC student right here. And then, just having it show where those items are. So if it's available at the public library and they need it because it's, the project is due tomorrow, maybe they want to run down the hill and go to the public library and get it. So they have that option of placing the hold or going down to the public library and using it. So that's how we fit into the consortium. That's how we're using Aspen to do all the special things that we want to do. And we have that ability to do it because of that scope control that Seth can give us permissions to do the things we need to do, but without us messing up anything for the public libraries. And like I said, we kind of want to do all the things. So if there's things we're not doing that you think might make sense for us, I'd love to hear about them. I'd also love to hear any questions about how we're doing things or things that we could do better, because we're only a year into this and we're still kind of into the learning curve, and we want to do as much as we can with the products that we're presenting to our people. Are there any questions? Them all to sleep after lunch in the afternoon.
In 15 minutes for our lightning talk, and there's still snacks, I think, back there.
Why are we taking a picture? Oh, God. You spoke, you will be speaking. That works for you, that works for me.
Perfect. We'll probably take like 5.
Be great.
Well,
I'll say, I've got a question.
Martin. Because I use like bootstrap classes when I did this thing. Yeah. So let me say, use bootstrap that.
Would it be terribly awful if I have to
Taking pictures, showing your mom.
It's far off the bird. Actually. Yeah.
Great.
You actually asked for my question.
I
had it coming. Background, so.
But you are good fun.
Now we can send it to Steve and say,
Yeah.
see, we presented your slideshow. So maybe. Yeah.
And I will still take a couple of you actually.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Oh, like it's just start it off.
Sure.
Add it up. See.
Yes. When we get to the complicated code, I can't speak to.
Which really I'm fine. And then it's not done. I don't know if anybody.
Oh, the code.
I knew this was this.
Well, if we make it into an Aspen weekly, I'll even to say,
Pretty it out.
make sure he readies up the code. Work. That's the important part. I have the slides.
Yeah.
What's up with the slides?
Right, so.
So I see on that word. That was one of the keys to me getting the job. And then our directives as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So we don't have so much.
Where are we on?
Like that.
Every county.
That's
Each one has different structures, so it's
we should go to do.
Yeah.
Let's imagine. Oh, you're one limit, so.
yeah. Yeah, that's the metro. Yeah, yeah. And there's
Yeah. I'd rather be able to, I don't want to keep looking up there. That's just as I can copy.
Oh.
I want to see the slides on here in handout.
Oh, yeah.
So that he just opened up a second copy.
Oh, I did.
No.
No, I did. Sorry.
Oh. And that's for us, having it, you know, as a website, like that is our learning, yes.
That should.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Do it down in the.
Right. Okay.
I make sure that there's result search, I struggled with it.
Let's stop there. Add to the ambiance.
Of the presenters. So it's just their slides, their voice. That's good. I don't really think that.
No, it's
So for the people that. Yeah, they. You guys. That makes sense.
But things like this, it's not really desktop. But I can control.
It's tough when it's tough.
But it doesn't have that.
Doing it between the two, it's tough.
That we have the search. Just. Go to. So the overdrive is. And then all of yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard.
At least you work at a place that's easy to pronounce. On my committee.
So overdrive is.
Very exciting.
My husband's library account expired and he couldn't pay his overdrive.
You gotta do it.
Well, I.
Here tonight.
And
Yeah, it doesn't sound that. Out there. Yeah.
Lovely and everything.
you gonna cure it?
But if somebody.
What? I've got a tea machine, a hot water machine or something. But they don't, all the tea they have is decaf. I went down to the breakfast, all the tea they had was, it was decaf and black. I want green tea. Green tea yourself.
Then how do you see the side on crop?
You know. Okay.
Hi, everyone. We're ready to get started again for a little break. This is Sam Judd from Murray Nugent Memorial Library and Lucas Doss from Bywater. And we're here to present our lightning talk about displaying a public Koha report in Aspen Discovery. Enjoy.
Hi, so our presentation is called Man-Eating Plants Invade Rhode Island. Or more properly, how to display a public report in Aspen Discovery. And this is brought to you by your friends at Bywater Solutions, the Maury Lugents Memorial Library, and Ocean State Libraries. So some of the libraries in Rhode Island have started doing seed collections. And one of the libraries, Exeter, their director reached out to Stephen Spond, who's the executive director of Ocean State Libraries, and wanted to know if there was a way to track the inventory on the seeds and make it publicly accessible using Koha. So first, Stephen had set up a seed item group within Koha. So that way he could run the report on that. And he made a separate biblio record for each seed, or for each library that's doing this. And a seed item for every seed variant. So then they made a seed scan sheet for each location. So that way, if a patron goes up to the desk and says, I want this sort of seed, they can just boop the barcode and it'll automatically check it in after a certain amount of time, so they don't have to worry about checking it back in. So that's helpful. And then they made a public Koha inventory report. So that way they could make it public facing so patrons could see it. Then he reached out to Lucas for some secret sauce. And then he'll put a page on each Aspen site with the information. Now I'm gonna hand it off to
Oh, that's a real embarrassing slide. I didn't put this slideshow together.
I didn't do that.
So this is in Koha, you can make a report, a SQL report public. This is the output that you can get, which is JSON. It's a standard sort of way to get data. They did some sort of clever things here to get the exceed ascension number and some of these other things using public note columns, and one of these is the item call number, exceed ascension number. And although this is the public output of a Koha report, you can use any sort of external data to do this. And since Aspen has a cool way of I think it's called JavaScript snippets, which allows you to add any kind of custom JavaScript or jQuery. In this case, there's a lot of jQuery in here, where we get JSON, the URL of our public report, and then we do some JavaScript jQuery things to loop through each column in the report, turning that into an HTML table. Which gives us an output like this, which is publicly accessible and shows the different seed types for each of OSL's libraries that have seeds. This also uses, I didn't have to write any CSS here, which is good because I don't know how to do that in Aspen. We're able to use some bootstrap classes like you see up here, table hover, that does all the formatting for us to make this pretty table. And that's it.
So you don't just, it's not just seeds that you can do this with. You can do that with any temporary item that you just hand out. So something like a museum pass that you're not worrying about patron returning, things like that would also work. And we have a handout somewhere that I think will get shared with the full code if you'd like to try to implement it yourself. Thank you. Or if you have any questions like this.
Oh, that's my voice. I am a former children's librarian. So for, is this accessible by patrons or is this just on the back end for the staff?
It's going to be on the Aspen pages. So they'll have a tab at the top probably that says seeds or something.
Ah, okay.
So yes, that's going to be on the page for the patrons. Yes, correct. Thank you.
Back in just a couple minutes when Aspen on the international arena.
No, just. That's like, that's.
Well, down there, it's all fun.
Now you're on stage.
So now I'm gonna say.
Wow.
If you want to be. Got it. In overdrive.
Yeah, just not the best.
Got Aspen.
Actually, you see this slide down this.
Yeah, just. That.
Not on the iOS, but there are.
That's the one with the most.
sharing it with us.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
One, it is time for the. Yes. Hi, everyone. It's time for our last presentation of day one. The first AspenCon 2024. It's gonna be open. So up next is Michelle Young and Jacob O'Mara from PTFS here. And I'll be presenting on Aspen on the international stage.
Hello, I'm Aude. I've been working at PTFS Europe in the project and support team since 2021. And before that, I worked in a public library in Northeast England.
I'm Jacob. I'm on the dev team, and I've been working at PTFSE since November 2022, and I had no prior affiliation with any library prior to that. Okay, so what we want to talk about today is basically the libraries that we work with, and we work with libraries a little bit further away than you guys might be used to. But these libraries requirements are in some ways similar, but in other ways quite different. And as Aspen continues to grow internationally, it's something we should be cognizant of, and the fact that these requirements can be different. Okay, so firstly, I'd like to start to take time to set the scene on the scale. And the amount of distance between sort of the implementations here and the implementations over in the UK. So as you can see here, this is Colorado. It fits quite nicely on a slide. This is where you guys are all from, so the United States. I'm sure you're all pretty familiar with this place. But to be able to see where we're from, zoom out a little bit further, and then also pan east a little bit. And that's us over there on that little island. And each one of those pins represents a library that we work with Aspen. I'll pass you over to Aude, who will now chat with you about this.
Yeah, so we want to tell you a little bit about us at PTFS Europe and a bit about those libraries using Aspen we work with. It so happens that this week it was the PTFS Europe company meeting, so all our colleagues spent Monday night to actually this afternoon together without us. But we asked them to take a picture, and to do that we sent a very special reporter. So some of them might recognize him on this slide. But this is our gang at the company meeting. As you can see, we are quite a small group. So we are 22 employees at PTFS Europe. And we are mostly based in the UK, though one of us is based in the Azores off the coast of Portugal. Just don't ask, we're all jealous. But what we do is we help libraries with open source library systems. So it's mainly Koha, but also obviously Aspen, Metabase, and we help them with hosting and migration, obviously, to host systems, and then everyday use. PTFS Europe has existed since 2007, and since last year, we're actually partnering with 5 IoT solutions. What happened is 2 of our directors retired, and who were the best partners for us to work with, people who have a similar ethos, and that was IoT solutions. We're currently working with over 120 library services. I can't provide an exact number because it depends if you count the ones in implementation, about to be in implementation, the ones already live. It's just, yeah, so 120 plus is what we're gonna have to work with. And again, most of them are in the UK, and actually most of them are in England, but some of them are outside of the UK, in mainland Europe, and even a little bit further away. And we work with all types of libraries, so several public libraries, but also several educational institutions, a couple of legal libraries, several hospital libraries, a few government libraries, and many, many different kinds of special libraries. So both libraries that do work with Aspen, we're currently working with 8. So one is an academic library. It's called a college, but it's not the same as what you would call a college. So in the UK, a college provides education for young people from the age of 16, and usually there are people who are on a vocational course, and they also provide education for people either retraining or again they've finished school, so up to 18 in a kind of secondary school or more standard school, and then they're going for those more vocational courses. So the college provides for all these people. Public libraries, I don't think I need to say more about them, and we currently work with 2 special libraries. One of them is the health service in the Republic of Ireland, so we actually work with Interleaf, another company, to support them. And the other one is in implementation, and they're the library for one of the parliament houses of the UK. When you're a public library in the UK, again, possibly slightly different to how you know public library work here. So in the UK, public library will be part of the city or the county, and it means they're one small thing within this big organization, and this big organization, the city or the county, sometimes has other priorities than the public libraries, and therefore those priorities influence how they allocate money. And I'm not going to say more about that, but we can talk about it today. Obviously, the education library is going to be funded directly by the school or the college, and the special library, well, each one is unique. Some of them, for the Aspen one, I just mentioned, one of them is actually part of the health service, and another is more a kind of government type library. Okay, when we ask them why, because we like to know, why did you choose Aspen? I mean, it's great, please, it was totally the right thing to do, but why, like, what were you trying to achieve with Aspen? So some of the things we hear is to get some independence from maybe their public library from the county council website, because this is a sprawling website and they only get a very small access to that website. They don't control what the website looks, etc. So they're getting more independence. We can do more with Aspen in terms of the library website. There's also things around proving your worth, because the more valuable you're being seen, the more you're going to get money to keep doing things. So there's definitely that aspect of proving your value to your parent organization. I mentioned, like everyone, just making it easier for citizens to access all the library's resources, all the information it can provide, and all its services. And another big one, which again, I'm sure you're all doing, is to give more visibility to the online resources. So I want to talk a bit about their collection. And I'm not going to insult you by saying they all have books but actually they don't have books. But they also have audiobooks in different formats and CDs and DVDs and music scores and I could go on and on and on about toys. And actually they have board games. This is my whole library. So they do, it looks, I love how their board games look on the Aspen side. I think it looks amazing. The thing I forgot to mention is that all of these libraries, they have Koha as their library management system. So those board game covers, they are not uploaded in Aspen, they're uploaded in Koha, and that's just how they look in Aspen. Right, I think one of the big pieces is about how they manage their e-content. And this is really about, like, some of it is similar to you, some of it, maybe they use different resources. So yes, they do use Overdrive, so some of them have LiDA and Press Reader. And I suppose that too, I think it's great to have all the Overdrive resources automatically in Aspen. But a lot of them in the UK use BorrowBox from a supplier called Bolinda. And there isn't the right type of API available for BorrowBox to have something similar for Overdrive. So that's something like but those libraries are really like, I don't want to say frustrating, but a bit, because it would be so much easier if they could, yeah, I'll talk about it in a minute, but so that's kind of one source of content that maybe is a bit different. And there isn't in the UK big use of video resources or training courses. I know, for example, in France, it's a big thing to provide that through libraries. But the libraries we work with, it's only the one in the college library. They have a resource called ClickView, and that's the source of videos that they offer to students. So this is Kelvin College Aspen site, and that's their ClickView collection, and this is how it appears. What they're doing is they're not side loading in Aspen. Again, they have Koha, so what they're doing is they upload directly in Koha, and every library we work with, we have to have that conversation, like what is going to work best for you? Is it to use the Aspen side loads because it works and it's great, or actually is it easier for you to upload them in Koha so that your staff can see them as well, and then you see them in Aspen anyway. So it's that kind of where should the resource be uploaded and what's easier for the staff to manage. Everybody uses the Aspen web resources or the libraries. Some of them don't necessarily use the page. We have some libraries that only have a handful of resources listed. So instead of using the actual web resources page, they just list them in a menu. But the link in those menu, actually, you land on the web resource page, if you see what I mean. So the individual resource page that's created through the web page. This one is from the Health Service Ireland, and they've renamed that web resources page. And they've made a really heavy use of the categories. And again, I know some of you have. But for them, like it's really, really customized to their audience. So if you're a dentist, you know you can open that category that says dentist, and you're gonna have relevant resources in that category. Again, thinking about the health service or the college library, they have a lot of other content that they want to bring in. So for HSE, we actually use the Open Archives to bring in the directory of Open Archives journals. There are interested in a couple more, but we looked at them with them. And some of them use EBSCO books, some of them use EBSCO EDX, and recently Jacob and his colleague Alex worked on a summon connector because that didn't exist and we had a library who actually uses summon and they wanted to bring those results in Aspen as well. One of the questions we get, again, from those very special libraries that have it, is like, oh, where are my LibGuides going to show up in Aspen? How can I make sure that they come up in search results? So again, we have to have that conversation at the moment of, yeah, like, do you want to have a link to your other pages in the web resources? Do you want to try, see what it looks like when we use the website indexer? But at the moment, LibGuides are yeah, we need to think about that. So this is an early version of the summon connector, but like, I'm not showing you the full page for that library because they're still in implementation, they're still experimenting with things, but you can see it works in a similar way to the EDS integration. So collections, probably something similar, something maybe slightly different to what you know here in the US. And it's going to be the same for services and partnerships. So I just picked a few things that the libraries we work with have highlighted either during implementation or since then in support. And one of those is events and room booking. So when our libraries ask us what event integrations are available, and we say, well, there's library market, and they're like, what? Never heard of library market. What's library market? And LibCal, again, is not used by public libraries very much. Most of the libraries have never heard of LibCal. So the health library uses it. And recently, we've had the public library take out the LibCal subscription because it has that integration in Aspen that makes it so much easier for their citizens to find all the events, find all the story times. And they're also exploring it, how to use it with room booking. I'm mentioning room booking because we mentioned money and resources and financing for public libraries especially. So it's becoming a big thing to promote the fact you can rent a room at the library on your catalog as well. So some of our libraries have a link, but one of our libraries has really made full use of custom pages to promote that room hire. So in the menu, there's a link that says room hire. And then you get on this page, and each library branch has its own accordion. And in there are some thumbnails of the pictures, and when you click, you get the full picture. It tells you the exact prices for all kinds of things about the room. So you have the full information, and obviously there's the contact form at the bottom that says contact us to the room. Sorry, and actually I mentioned this is Middlesbrough Library, which is another thing that's really important, going back to the idea of those libraries, showing their value to their parent organization, is making sure they feature all their partnerships and they also kind of give back to their partners by promoting them in their website, so talking about the events or the programs they have in common, but also linked to other resources that could be useful to citizens. So we have a library that's going live with Aspen next week, and they've listed a lot of the local sports club and leisure centers on Aspen, so that people can look for, I don't know, rugby, and find the local rugby club through their Aspen catalog, as well as books about rugby. One of the other library we work with actually works closely with another library, so they're looking at how they can also refer back to that other catalog, which is on a separate system. So we're still kind of thinking about that with them. And obviously, other services offered by the parent organization. So going back to the example of a public library, which is part of a council, and in the UK, council now have even more responsibilities towards adult social care and well-being of citizens. So this library wanted to show their council they contribute to all those objectives around their citizens leading better lives and really improving their conditions. So what they've done is they've indexed a lot of the voluntary services available in their local area, so that when you search, for example, it's really hard topics, so for example, addiction on the library catalog in the combined results, you should get books about addiction, but you should also get services, pages about addiction recovery program and where to get them. So I'll leave it to Jacob to talk about accessibility.
Got the fun parent back. Get to talk about accessibility, and then we get data retention. Everyone's getting really excited. Okay, so one of the most important abbreviations to know is PSVAR, which is Public Sector Bodies Accessibility Regulations, which is a mouthful, frankly. But these regulations were created for the purpose of outlining standards and requirements for websites and apps in the public sector. Since our public libraries fall into this sector, they're legally obligated to follow this regulation. A large part of it is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or the WCAG. We love acronyms, okay? We really like them, just bear with us, okay? The main goal of these guidelines is to provide a single shared standard that will meet the needs of both individuals, organizations, and governments internationally. Got a link here to the Quick Access Guide for complying to the WCAG. We're sharing the slides after, but in case you're just a little bit too impatient, here's a quick snippet. It's a great read, I'm sure. What are our libraries looking for? So a large portion of what our libraries are looking for is flexibility. This could be through many means, but including really display settings. It's pretty self-explanatory, I won't maybe you, but ensuring that there's a multitude of options are present, such as font size, page zoom, themes, color contrast, which really Aspen does quite well. You see a picture there from, again, Middlesbrough, of which they're changing things. They have a high contrast theme, ticks a couple of those boxes. Sorry, I've got notes, I'm not good at presentations. To continue on that previous point, Aspen actually has more accessibility features than the council website in Middlesbrough, and they're quite happy with that. So in terms of accessibility, one thing to keep in mind is image alt text. This is when an image doesn't display on a page. This is text that will display instead. So it just gives a brief description of what should be there. It's defined in the HTML. You can see a little snippet there. Basically, it's there to help the visually impaired. You can see here an example of that on one of our libraries in Scotland. This is Western Isles. So BookBug is a Scottish book giving program. And you can see here that they have an alt text for BookBug books. If you're struggling to see that, there's a little arrow here to help you out. It's right there. Moving on to data protection, which is everyone's favorite topic. It's her favorite topic. Okay, so really there's one big name in data protection it's GDPR. It was originally developed by the EU for all EU countries. I don't know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, hang on a second. You're not in the EU anymore. It was a big thing. And that's right. So we decided to do UK GDPR, which we changed nothing. We just sort of kept it the same. But we wanted our own one. So we have UK GDPR now. And that's again to build trust in the level of standard of data protection in all EU countries and UK, etc. Now, an important distinction to make is that it's a regulation, not a directive. So it gives you a set of goals to work toward, but it doesn't give you steps to work toward them. It just sort of gives you the keys and says, go play. But the general benefits you'd expect to see are sort of see the mapping of data flows in and out of the application, improved cybersecurity measures. It ensures that your employees are trained correctly because that's in there as well. And everyone's, like, the most important thing is it allows you to avoid large fines, which nobody wants. Okay, so there's no fixed time period set out for GDPR. It just states that personal data should not be kept for longer than is necessary. So you should only keep it for what you need, and then you should delete it afterwards. You should do the minimum amount of processing on it for the minimum amount of time frame, generally what you would expect. You should also, in terms of security, make sure that you are encrypting the data. You're not, you have measures in place to make sure that you're not unlawfully processing, so to make sure that nothing happens with the data that shouldn't happen to the data. An example of the sort of things that we're talking about here is obviously in Aspen you can track IP addresses of who accesses the site. We've added a checkbox basically that's off by default so that it doesn't automatically track those IP addresses because technically they're not necessary to gain information from unless you think that there's being an attack or something, in which case then you would track the IPs, block the IP, and then turn it off again, and that would delete the IP addresses. It's also very important to note that vulnerabilities discovered over time can be very, very different to what you had previously. So you always need to be reassessing the methods that you use and make sure that they remain appropriate. Cookies. So if everyone probably already knows what cookies are, but cookies are an important tool. They give you sustenance. Sort of you eat them as a dessert sometimes. And they can give businesses a great insight into users' online activity. Now, despite their importance, the use of them is quite, the regulations governing them are quite strict in GDPR. So GDPR classes cookies as a type of online identifier. So that classes as personal data. So I've got a couple of questions here. So what is GDPR compliance for websites in relation to cookies? And that's if a website uses cookies that processes personal data, you're legally obligated to ask for and obtain prior consent explicitly from users. And cookies should previously be deactivated by default unless you've opted into them. Valid consent under GDPR. So that's clear and an affirmative action from the user that accepts processing of personal data. So only then can you track cookies, and you can't do so beforehand. You also can't choose any implicit action as consent, so continuing to use the page or scrolling down or something. It has to be a box that clearly says, yes, I accept that you're going to be tracking me with cookies. So what is a compliant consent banner under GDPR? So again, I've sort of touched on this already, but it should have easy to understand information about cookie setup and personal data processing practices. You're not allowed any pre-checked checkboxes, so it's not allowed to by default opt you in on the page, and you cannot coerce the user in any way to click the button to say, yes, give me cookies. So you should also have a privacy policy or privacy policy for the different types of data. So I've got a couple of examples here. So we've got the Aspen LiDA default privacy policy there, and then the section where you can add your own cookie policy for the cookie consent portion. So GDPR, as I've sort of already touched on, it requires organizations to inform its users about data processing principles with this privacy policy. And you should have access to this privacy policy before opting in to any cookies. It should be detailed and include GDPR specific clauses, such as the data subject rights and contact information for any relevant figures, such as your data protection officer or the equivalent. Pass you back.
I hope this really helped promote some understanding between what you know here in the US and what we do in the UK and Ireland. I hope you understand why sometimes I speak up at Aspen community meetings to say, that's not going to work for our libraries. So it's keeping in mind the fact that, yes, most of the Aspen users are here in the US, but this is an international platform, and we are an international community of users, and we need to think about the impact of all those developments in different use cases. So I hope like what Jacob explained also provided some background into the recent developments we worked on compared to possibly things you thought, oh, why is this being done? So that's why, it's because there are different requirements in the UK and Ireland, and those libraries here need that. I really want to say this is not the end, because we are looking forward to doing more and working together and also learn from you. Like I think you probably noticed from the earlier slides that we've taken a lot of inspirations from you as early Aspen users and current Aspen users, and I've been making lots of notes also from previous talks. So thank you very much for that. And on behalf of the libraries in the UK who really wanted to come but couldn't quite make it, I wanted to say thank you. And the other thing I wanted to say is we have lots of things on our table that we do not want to take back in our luggage all the way, 7,250 kilometers away to the UK. So please go and help yourself and take some mints and take some stickers and take some pencils. Thank you.
So, 4,700 miles, if you were wondering. I know you guys don't like the metric system, so I just...
The question to them.
PTFS is an acronym for something.
Yes, PTFS is an acronym for something. Also, having my first company meeting 3 months after I joined, I had to ask, what does PTFS stand for? I cannot tell you what PTFL stands for anymore, but it is an acronym, yes.
All right, we made it through our first day. Congratulations, everyone. And let's give a round of applause, first of all, to all of our speakers today, and everyone introducing them was also on the planning committee. So everything that you see here, they helped organize and put it together. So let's give a round of applause for that. I'd also like to ask for a round of applause to our vendor partners. I'm going to go ahead and list them: Bywater Solutions, Click, Equinox, Hoopla, Ingram, PTFS Europe, Kipu, SpringShare, StackPap, Palace Project from Lyricist, Shoutbomb, Unique Unlimited Listens. They are the reason we have this beautiful venue. They are the reason we have the food. They are the reason that tomorrow night we're going to have this wonderful quiz night. So please also give a round of applause to them. Okay, we are going to say goodbye to our remote attendees, and then I have announcements for our in-person attendees. So the live stream will probably close out right now. As you've heard, there's weather in the area. We were told this morning